Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Welcome into AM 1410 WRMN. You are listening to On the Rise with myself and Derrick Geyer. How are you on this Saturday morning? We've got plenty of sports to talk about, and we are going to start it off here in just a little bit. A very special guest here, but we are just getting them in the room at the moment. I will tell you that what we have on the docket for today, we have pretty much everything that we usually do and then some. We're going to get into a little bit of White Sox and Cubs. We're going to get into some Cougars and Boomers. That includes a little bit of American Association news around the league as well. We do have a special Bears announcement coming for you very soon, as well as the Blackhawks, the Bulls. When we're talking hockey, we have to recap the rest of the Alex Ovechkin goal chase from last week. And then we have some more news as far as basketball when it comes to the closing out of the NCAA tournaments. That would be the men's and the women's side. And then talking with hockey, we've got a little bit of Ice Hogs, Wolves, and Steel to recap as their seasons come to a close and or head towards the playoff race. But most importantly, we have a little bit of soccer talk to get to this weekend. It's a very important weekend here in Chicago in soccer. And not to mention the ladies, the Chicago Stars FC, having 2 games coming up on the horizon after a week hiatus with a couple of international games. But on top of that, there will also be a very big matchup at Soldier Field tomorrow. That is the Chicago Fire and Inter Miami. So that means Messi is coming to town. So we will preview that. We have a very special guest coming on in just a moment to talk about that. But we are going to be taking a quick break here on this Saturday morning. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a preview here in this first start. So keep it locked in here, right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Chicago, what up? I am Gabe Ramirez, the guy you see at Soldier Field, getting you hyped up when you come out to support Chicago Fire FC. And now I'm bringing that same energy as the host of Inside the Fire, a brand new series right here on Marquee Sports Network.
I consider the Chicago Fire sleeping giants.
What's up, everybody? It is Gabe Ramirez, and I'm super excited to be talking about the latest victory for the Chicago Fire. Just to represent Nago. What's up, Fire fans? Gabe Ramirez here, ready to talk about the exciting victory for the Chicago Fire. Took down FC Dallas 3-1, and to do that, one of the guys that put a goal in the net, Andrew Gutman, is here to talk to us.
Gabe Ramirez.
If you are a Cubs fan, you got to feel good about where they're at and who they've played.
Gabe Ramirez.
Got to be honest, I'm born and raised here in Chicago. Even though I work in media, be able to lace them up. I even brought my Jordans here just so they could touch the court, one time, because it means a lot.
And without further ado, back on the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer. It is our special guest, Gabe Ramirez. How are you doing, Gabe?
What up, fellas? I'm chilling, man. Saturday morning, day before Messi's supposed to be here. I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
All right.
Chicago FC across his chest. Do you actually think that Messi is going to make the trip and he's actually going to play this time here in Chicago?
I do. I mean, I've been getting that a lot across the city. You know, everybody coming up to me, hey, man, is Messi going to play? And I'm like, this is my third year covering the team. And, year one, it was somewhat of a disappointment because it was first year in the league and you wanted him to just make his presence felt. Second year, you kind of were bummed out, with everything that went down. But I do feel as though he even understands the magnitude of it. So even if he doesn't start, he might, he'll be there, maybe be a late game. So you never know.
Yeah, well, we had a couple of hiccups in the previous two matchups in which Messi was supposed to play. It was the ligament injury after the Copa America final, and then a hamstring injury back in 2023. That was when he first arrived in the MLS. So he's set to play here in Chicago. As the in-game host, though, what should fans expect when they attend the game at historic Soldier Field tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to tell everybody, even outside of Messi and the Miami match, going to Soldier Field to watch a Fire game is unlike, anything that we've seen here because, and it's different than like going to a Bears game or going to a Cubs game, right? I mean, you could tailgate the same way as a Bears game, but like what the Fire does before games, and like, for example, in the South Courtyard, right? I mean, you can be sparky, you can hang out. They have these games for the kids. It's very, very family friendly.
Oh,
I'm reconnecting. Good old. That's all right. Good old Zoom, right?
Yeah, good old technology here. Looks like things are connected. I don't know.
It might just be a connection issue.
Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell us about your experience when you went there for?
Well, I was just going to jump into that, but I do want to also preface that you're listening to the Gabe Ramirez. You may have heard him discussing various sports teams in the new Chicago Sports Network, CHSN, or Fox 32 Chicago, or AM 670 The Score, as well as he has the Believe in Bears podcast. And he also does the Lollapalooza coverage on Hulu. However, I think most people may associate him with his music knowledge, as he was one of the best personalities in music radio for many years with B96. As we get him back in here.
Here I am.
Okay, we've got him. Yep.
Sorry about that, guys.
No worries.
So let me follow back and go back to where I was talking about, which was the fact that, pregame South Courtyard, what the Fire, what they do and what they offer, to the family-friendly experience is unlike anything I've ever seen. And that's why I love covering it. Being a part of the Fire has been fun. So, yeah, I think match days are great, but more importantly, like the squad that they have right now, right? I think what you failed to have in years past were people to truly cheer for. And this is a team that genuinely likes each other. And so, when you're talking about Hugo, Bamba, Zinkernago on the front three, like they genuinely enjoy playing with each other. There's no selfishness. There's no they want to win, and they truly believe they can do something special. So when you mix up, the atmosphere, the pregame, myself being the MC and kind of guiding you along, and then, again, getting a good product on the pitch, it just makes for a great evening for anyone that wants to come check out the Chicago Fire.
You also forgot to mention your awesome dance moves there, Gabe. In putting your package together at the very beginning of this, I mean, I did come across where you were like, man, you were really light on your feet. You were just, it looked like your feet and legs were like, a different part of your body. Just
I'm no soccer player, Mike and Derrick, but I I'm from Chicago, so you got to know how to do a little footwork if you're from there. So yeah, well, not the footwork on the pitch though.
There you go.
True.
I was in attendance for that first missed Messi game, and I will say the traffic getting into the stadium was unbelievable. Are there any good tips and tricks for fans to arrive on time to tomorrow's game and safely as well?
That's a good one. One, you can always so this is all right, you guys want some real pro tips?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. If you keep $40 in cash on you, and what you do is you go to the Waldron deck and you just foolishly get in line, even though it's tickets only, but you get there. If you're at the front, hey man, I got the $40. Here it is. And then they so that's the pro tip is just,
wow,
find yourself in there. They're not going to make everybody back up to get you out. So by that point, you got to pay the $40 though. So just make sure you got the 40 cash.
Okay.
That'd be my pro tip. Other than that, again, I can't emphasize it enough. Like, the pregame activities are so much fun at the at Soldier Field and what they do. I'm telling you. So it's like, just get there early. So you'll never miss the match if you just get there early enough, because there's going to be so much to do. And don't forget, you could tailgate. So you could just get there. It's going to be beautiful tomorrow. So you can get there early, get yourself a couple hot dogs, maybe a couple sandwiches, and, pop the trunk and hang out. And that way you can guarantee you're going to be on time.
That's a little dangerous, because if I go there and I'm tailgating a couple hours before the game, I might not make the game.
It's possible, but that is quite the pro tip. I will say, sneaky information.
Yeah, and they can't tell you. They can't tell the attendant. Gabe Ramirez sent me. Hook me up.
Yeah, I know that guy. Well, I hope I didn't curse the Fire team, because I was in attendance at press level for the 1-1 draw with a struggling CF Montreal team. And then this last week, this past Saturday, the Fire fell to the New York Red Bulls, a very tough team who went to the MLS Finals last year. They fell 2-1. That was Jonathan Bamba who made it 1-0 in the 32nd minute, but then it was Serge Ngoma in the 41st minute, and then Eric Maximum Choupo-Moting in the second added minute of stoppage time right before the half. But the Fire started this season well, which has put them at 3-2-1 to start this campaign, which is the reverse of their 1-2-3 start last year. What will be the keys for this Fire team that they will need to focus on in order to get back into the win column tomorrow?
Yeah, I think, first you talked about two interesting games, right? The Montreal game, terrible weather outside. You're a Montreal team that just lost their coach, so they were coming in with that bump of wanting to play a little harder. So I think the Fire, and Coach Berhalter talked about it, right, where he said, the competitive nature wasn't there for his team in that match in particular. So I think when they had a chance to come back and face New York Red Bulls, obviously, again, as you mentioned, one of the top teams in MLS, it's a litmus test, right? It's an opportunity to see where you're at. Getting that first goal, Bamba, obviously, getting his first one of the season felt great for him. So it was a boost of confidence there. But again, it's still a team that's coming together, right? This is still brand new pieces, a lot of brand new pieces. And let's not forget, no Brian Gutierrez over the last couple of games, right? Kellen Acosta was out for a couple of games in the middle. So they haven't had their full squad playing 4 games. Berhalter hasn't been able to get a true rotation going. So when you get that initial lead against the Red Bulls, it's a brand new team, and sometimes you fall to that veteran squad that has played together, and you saw that as a result. So now against Messi, it's tough, right? You're going up against Messi and another tough team. A lot more injuries. You lose Sam Rogers in the back end. That hurts this defense a lot. And you just inserted a couple of people. So again, you're trying to figure out what that looks like for the Fire. But again, this team has resilience. They have believability, and what they have more so than anything else is a good front three. Right? I mean, Zinkernagel, Hugo Kuipers, Jonathan Bamba, they're dangerous, and so if they can play defense well, if Berhalter can, put them in a position to counterattack Miami, they have the quality to put up some goals, and, you just never know what could happen, and we all know that in soccer.
And you are currently listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. Backtracking a little bit, Gabe, how you already said that the players are gelling. They're getting together. They're performing well with one another. How much, in addition, has Greg Berhalter, the head coach of the Fire, brought to the team?
Guys, I've lived in Chicago my whole life, and I've seen, Phil Jackson. I've seen some of the best coaches, in Chicago. And I'd be hard-pressed to find someone that has come in and immediately changed the culture, the energy, the environment. But let's not forget, he's also the director of football operations. Mm-hmm. So he's handpicking these players, telling them the dream and saying, hey, man, look, you come here with us. We're building something great. So when I interview these players, when I talk to these guys individually, you can hear synonymously this chorus of praise for Greg Berhalter. So again, when you're asking me what effect he has on his team, it's one of unification. It's one that this team is needed, and it's one that creates believability within the Chicago Fire.
Gabe, Miami is 4-2-0 with 14 points and a +6 goal differential and sitting second in the table before heading into this match tomorrow. The Fire have 11 points and a +2 goal differential while sitting in seventh. Not to mention, Miami just won the CONCACAF Champions Cup quarterfinals over LAFC. The aggregate scoreline 3-2, that actual scoreline 3-1. But Messi and Inter Miami, they're kind of, a little bit in the soccer world, you don't typically play too many games in a week. So they're going to be a little bit shaky coming into tomorrow, maybe, but still a tough matchup against this team. The Fire cannot get complacent, though, against the 8-time Ballon d'Or recipient, the 2022 FIFA World Cup champion, and the 2-time Copa America champion, even if he isn't fully rested going into this matchup. Are you expecting Messi to play a whole lot? If he does, and what should everyone expect specifically from the superstar, and how will the Fire shut him down?
Yeah, I think, if he plays, I can't imagine him starting if I were just giving my honest opinion, right? See him coming off the bench. But, again, you never know. Yeah, that's a good team, man. I mean, when you talk about Miami, I'll tell you one thing that really surprised me. One of the first times that Luis Suarez played, I couldn't believe how loud the chorus of cheers was for him. It was incredible. So, I mean, there is talent on that team, right? There is quality on that team. And so the Fire just have their hands full. Just when you're looking at the landscape of MLS as a whole and where these guys sit, they're at the top, right? And they're there for a reason. So how do they stop this team? They have to do exactly what they did during that 3-game road trip when they picked up 3 victories, right? And it's catching teams off guard, where teams aren't expecting this Fire team to play as well as they do. On the ball, this is one of the best teams in MLS. I feel that way. Maybe not in the back end, right? But up front, those guys have super high quality. They pass well. They have great accuracy, good touch, and Hugo Kuipers somehow finds a way to always find the back of the net. So again, they just need to catch teams off guard. And one thing that I've noticed other teams doing against the Fire that I think the Fire could steal and utilize against Miami is most teams late were just sending the ball over the top deep and hoping that their number 9 would just be better than the back-end defenders for the Chicago Fire. And I saw a lot of teams doing that over the last 3 or 4 games. So the Fire, that's something that they could do to kind of offset Miami, slow them down a bit, send it on over there and allow Hugo or Bamba to be able to go 1-on-4, 1-on-3, and then create something and allow guys in the back end. Hopefully Guthi's playing as well, Brian Gutierrez. And again, surprise some teams that way.
That's awesome. I'm excited to see this game tomorrow, but regardless of how tomorrow shakes out, we've talked about Greg Berhalter. What should fans understand about this Chicago team under new Fire head coach and former U.S. men's national head coach Greg Berhalter, based on what we have seen thus far through 6 games, and then, of course, going into the rest of the season?
Yeah. First, I had an opportunity before the season began where Greg and I went out to, just some places where I would interview him in front of these people. And so him and I had an opportunity to talk a lot. And one question that really stood out to me that I tell a lot of people, and, I wanted to know the differences between coaching the U.S. men's national team and coaching a club team like the Chicago Fire or the Columbus Crew like he had done previously. And he said, Gabe, when you're coaching the men's national team, it's kind of like a microwave, right? You put it in there and you want it to get hot immediately. He said, but when you have a club, he's like, it's like boiling water. He's like, at first, there's nothing. Then over time, it kind of starts to simmer. And then before you know it, you're hoping to be bubbling come playoff time. So when you're looking at this squad and where they're at right now, yeah, you shouldn't expect them to come out the gate and blow your socks off and be undefeated. No, you want them grinding. You want them learning. And he is the perfect person to do that. And I also think he has a lot of vision, right? When you're talking about Joe Mansueto, the owner of the Chicago Fire, paired up with a Greg Berhalter, the director of football operations, I mean, these two forces together, certainly something big.
That is awesome. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I will see you hopefully there. I'll be up in the press box, so I'll come see you. Where can they find you on social media? Where can fans find you?
Oh, yeah, man. If you're on Twitter or X or whatever they're calling it nowadays, Gabe Ramirez, just search him, man. I'd follow you back as well.
Awesome, man.
Thanks for hopping on, Gabe. We appreciate it.
So grateful, and we will have to talk to you soon because you have a plethora of other sports knowledge up in there. So we'll definitely get you back at some point.
Quick thoughts on the Bulls.
Oh, my Bulls. That's my favorite team in the city. I hope they win the first game and then lose the second one so they can get into the lottery.
Okay, fair enough. That is Gabe Ramirez. You are currently listening to On the Rise with Mike, Derrick, AM 1410, WRMN.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down, not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
And welcome back into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. Special thanks to Gabe Ramirez for hopping on with us and talking Chicago FC.
Yeah, the Fire have a big matchup tomorrow, as we just kind of ran down there. Selfishly, as a Schaumburg High School graduate, I want to see if Chris Mueller will be healthy to go tomorrow. We didn't really get a chance to talk about that, but I'll add him into the list of those possible returning players for the Fire. However, we have another team that plays in Soldier Field, and we have some big news for them as well. Take it away, Derrick. What do we know here at WRMN?
So what we discussed off the air, doing this at the top of the hour.
Oh, well, at the top of the segment. That's all right.
Top of the segment.
All
Okay.
right. Well, we'll give a little tease there. We'll give a little tease, and then we'll go
appreciate
back to
that,
the top
because
of the
I
hour.
thought we were going to be talking about the other Fire in the city, the dumpster fire.
And the one that plays also on the south side of Chicago, just a couple blocks away. That would be my poor White Sox. Yeah, it has been a rough week for this White Sox team. We left off with them having 2 more matchups to go against the Tigers last week to complete that 3-game series. Both of those were losses, which would secure the sweep for the Tigers of the White Sox. The funniest thing that I saw was that the Tigers posted a picture of our former broadcaster, Jason Benetti, drinking the campfire milkshakes after the Tigers eliminated the White Sox in all 3 games. The White Sox, they've lost their 3rd straight series there to start the year.
Yeah, that was a nice troll job. I got to give them credit for that, because, that was part of the reason why Jason Benetti got, not rehired or let go, or however you want to say it, for the broadcast of the Chicago White Sox. And
the Detroit Tigers were willing to give him a better deal, and I respect that. All credit to him. He's a phenomenal talent, and I wish he was still here in his hometown of Chicago. But hey, you can't pass up opportunities like that. So
and until
we miss him though. We miss him.
Yeah, not to take away anything from John Schriffen, what he's doing in the booth, but and up until last night, what was it? 8 games, 9 games?
Yeah. So
losing streak.
Following those, the 7-2 loss to the Tigers and the 4-3 loss to the Tigers, at least it was close in that game. In fact, the White Sox had a lead in that last game against the Tigers. It was 2-0 until in the 2nd inning, when Javier Baez singled to center and Manuel Margot scored. They would start to chip away at that lead, but the White Sox, they extended their lead once again. Jacob Amaya hit a sacrifice fly to right, which Matt Tice scored. That sent Vargas to third. That made it 3-1. However, Detroit would climb back in the 9th inning. Painful. Raul Ibanez walked. That sent Sweeney to the plate, so walking in a run doesn't help you. And then Spencer Torkelson doubled to left, and McKinstry scored, and it was 4-3 on a walk-off victory.
Yeah, they got some nice talent over there in Motown.
Yeah. So,
by the way, if you are on the YouTube live stream, just want to give a shout out to Brendan. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in. The Wrestling Soup, Mike Ditka, the coach. I know you're probably not Mike Ditka, but the coach.
Maybe it is the coach up in there in the chat. You never know. So 3 runs posted in that 9th inning by the Tigers, and they get the walk-off win. I should also mention Green scored on that Torkelson double, so that was 2 runs coming in. But then the White Sox would stay on the road as they head south to Cleveland. And oh boy, the walks and the walk-offs don't stop. As the White Sox went all game without scoring a run, so did the Cleveland Guardians. And yet, we couldn't get the win there.
And grounded toward first. Off the glove of Vaughn on the backhand. Recovered by the second baseman. Throw to Sosa. Got by Clevenger.
The Guardians did not have a hit until there were 2 outs in the 6th inning. They've now out-hit the White Sox 3-2.
So Cleveland with the winning run at first. Ball 4. They're loaded up. So Clevenger giving up the base hit, then back-to-back walks.
This was
and
just
Nolan
so
Jones,
painful.
in his return to Cleveland, can be a part of a mob scene. And a 3-2 count on Nolan Jones. Low ball 4. Ball game. Clevenger walks Nolan Jones with the bases loaded, and the Guardians walk off the White Sox literally and win it 1-0.
talk about one of those games where I was actually watching this, and I think I picked up in about like the 5th or 6th inning. So obviously, no one was really doing a whole lot of hitting. The pitching was decent, and then you get to that 9th inning. Holy Smurf. Talk about a complete and total just meltdown.
It was bad. Mike Clevenger credited with the loss here, obviously. 3 walks in that 9th inning. The third one was the most devastating because it walked in the winning run to make it a 1-0 victory for the Cleveland Indians. Emmanuel Clase is credited with the win, which is crazy to me, but that's how this one chalked up. It was a 1-0 game that ended in a walk-off. That was the first since the Los Angeles Dodgers beat the San Diego Padres on May 1st of 2009. Cleveland, which had just 3 hits, got its 13th walk-off win in a home opener. That was their home opener.
13?
And its 13th walk-off win in a home opener, and its first since 2017, which was against the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, lucky number 13.
It was the second game-ending RBI for Jones after his home run for Colorado against San Diego on June 11th of 2023. And coming off of a walk-off defeat in Detroit, Chicago has now let up a walk-off again and lost 6 straight in that one, which would lead into Wednesday's game, which we have our buddy and WRMN correspondent Blake Cowell in the chat here on YouTube. My gosh, you just can't make this stuff up.
Well, why don't I just play it?
It all comes down to Miguel Vargas. Swings at the first one. It gets through to left field. One comes in, and we might have an injury. Oh, no. Talkman comes up and can't score. He just came off of a hamstring tweak off the IL a couple days ago, and he was unable to get home as he rounded the bag at third, started limping, and Cleveland gets the win in Game 2. Oh, my.
We'll take a look at it one more time. Right there, a step and a half around third. You can see it.
He's at second, representing the tying run in Connor as soon as he rounds third.
Right there. And you mentioned it earlier. It had been the hamstring that prevented Talkman from breaking camp with this club.
And both previous clips were courtesy of MLB.com.
So you heard that base hit from Miguel Vargas that made it through the hole at shortstop. Jacob Amaya comes around to score to make this a 3-2 game. Mike Talkman represents the game-tying run in the 9th with 2 outs. And you heard the broadcasters on the CHSN broadcast. They were talking about how Mike Talkman had just come back off of a hamstring tweak. He rounds third, and you can immediately see him grab his hamstring again, and he starts to limp, and he's in no man's land in between third and home. That would be how this game ends. What a way to end a game in you are the tying run. You can't get back to third to just hold the play up, maybe get a pinch runner. You also can't get home. The throw beats you by a mile. The catcher has the easiest tag in the world, and the White Sox can't tie it up in the 9th.
Yeah, there were a couple things in this because, as you said, he rounds third, so his momentum is taking him, towards home plate. He obviously feels it. So at that moment, he realizes that he's just done.
Yeah.
And for all of the knocks and bad words going towards Schriffen as an announcer for the Chicago White Sox and everything, I think he actually captured 100% of the emotions that he felt in that moment and White Sox fans are feeling, from the last couple of seasons. So, John Schriffen and Connor McKnight on that call for the Chicago White Sox on, CHSN.
Yeah.
It's just, and I feel bad for Talkman because over the last few years, he was a Chicago Cub. He was or he is the Palatine Pounder. Okay, I'm going to give that one a rest because I don't necessarily like that. Well, I'm in the same boat as him as far as that goes. But I mean, he's a good player. He's a likable guy.
Oh, yeah.
From everything. And it's just, unfortunately or fortunate for him, the Chicago White Sox, signed him. He didn't have to move in the offseason. He didn't have to deal with any of that stuff, I think. But then, just one thing after another, with him.
Well,
and the White Sox.
Whether you're a hometown kid or a great player or a nice guy that doesn't keep you safe all the time from injuries. Injuries happen. They're part of the game, and unfortunately it just had to happen right there in that moment. The White Sox losing streak hits 7 games after that one, and it would hit 8 as they are swept by the Cleveland Guardians, and that game was basically Stephen Kwan just doing what he does for the Cleveland Guardians. This was all Stephen Kwan in this one. It was Jonathan Cannon that gets credited with the loss after going 5 1/3 innings, giving up 7 hits, 6 earned runs, and having 6 strikeouts, but also giving up 3 walks. But Stephen Kwan homered in the 3rd in order to make it 4-1 Cleveland after they already had a 2-1 lead. That was a 2-run shot from Kwan. Then Kwan singled to left. Noel scored, making it 5-1. And then the straw that broke the camel's back, Stephen Kwan reached on a bunt single to pitcher Jonathan Cannon. Naylor is able to come around and score. So that was really what took Jonathan Cannon out of that game, but Stephen Kwan putting up half of the offense for the Cleveland Guardians and extending this White Sox losing streak to 8 games. That would take us, though, into last night's matchup, which was a nice change of pace for a White Sox team who was hosting back home, for starters, and hosting a Boston team that has been shaky in the last couple of years, but off to a decent start this year. The White Sox, of course, sitting at 2-10 going into this game. They were 2-4 at home, so under 500 in both categories. But the Boston Red Sox, they have also struggled on the road. 3-4 on the road, and then they were 7-7 on the season, a pure 500 going into this game. But my, oh my, was it all White Sox in this one. An 11-1 victory for the South Side, as it was the former Boston Red Sox in this one. It was Mederoth, who was really a standout player in this one. Chase Mederoth came over to the White Sox in a trade from the Boston Red Sox. I believe that was the Garrett Crochet trade.
He was part of that deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't quote me on that, but I'm almost certain. Chase Mederoth had himself a game. He scored in the 7th. He also scored in the 4th. So getting on base, getting things done, and the White Sox put up double digits against a team which has not happened since the White Sox knocked off the Yankees last year. I was actually at that game, so that had to have been late August. Let me double check a date for you real quick here. But yeah, you don't often see the Southside team putting up double digits.
Yeah, and while you're double checking that date, we're going to take a quick break. You're listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM.
We're serving youth athletes of all ages, building character and fostering teamwork. Registration is now open, so don't miss out on the chance to be a part of a winning tradition. Multi-athletic registration discounts are available, and we're looking for dedicated volunteers to join our coaching staff. Shape the future of our youth. Plus, on April 14th, the Elgin Steelers Youth Football and Cheer start spring conditioning. Get all the details and register at elginsteelers.com. That's elginsteelers.com. Go Steelers!
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Protecting your fields from tough weeds is dirty work. But what if your herbicides had extra muscle to do the heavy lifting with pre-emergence adjuvants from CHS? Tapran helps activate herbicides so they work better against stubborn weeds, while Soil Trait extends residual control to keep fields cleaner longer. Less time fighting weeds means more time focusing on a healthy crop. Spend less time on the dirty work this season. Ask your local retailer about Tapran and Soil Trait from CHS or visit chsagronomy.com.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer in studio.
So I do have a date on that White Sox game that finished 12-2. That was the last time the White Sox posted double digits in a win against a team. That was last year, 2024. That was August 12th against the eventual AL champions, the New York Yankees. So this 11-1 win in similar fashion.
That was last year?
The Boston Red Sox. Yeah, last year. So yeah, last August. So not too long of a time of a stretch, but with how last year went, it feels like it has been ages since White Sox fans could see a dominant win like the one that they saw last night. Of course, Mike Tauchman is still on that 10-day IL from that hamstring strain. You also have Corey Lee, who was injured on Wednesday with rolling his left ankle, who was placed on the 10-day IL. So the catcher on the IL. Brandon Drury also out with a thumb injury for an extended period of time. And Andrew Benintendi on that 10-day IL as well with an adductor injury. As far as the standings go, the White Sox were sitting atop the AL Central last week when we spoke, although then again, all the teams were 2-4.
2-4.
So now the White Sox are 3-10 and 5 games back. They are sitting in 5th in that AL Central, 5 games back of Detroit, who holds the lead with an 8-5 record. Coming up, though, today at 3:10, the Boston Red Sox are still in town. It'll be Martin Perez for your Chicago White Sox taking the bump against Richard Fitz. Perez is 1-0 with a .73 ERA, a 7.3 whip, and 12 1/3 innings pitched. He only has given up 4 hits. He has 13 strikeouts, 5 walks. He has not given up any home runs. Richard Fitz He's got an 0-2 record, a 4.5 ERA for the Boston Red Sox, a 1.33 whip, 12 innings pitched, 12 hits, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks, and he has given up home runs. He's given up 2. There will be a pregame Sox Crawl Whiskey Q presented by Jack Daniels, although that is sold out. So if you didn't get your tickets, you missed this opportunity, but knowing the White Sox, there will be more later on in the season.
Is the game sold out, or it's just the whiskey crawl?
Just the whiskey crawl.
Okay.
You can still get tickets to the game. There will be a giveaway as well. It's a 1920s style jersey hoodie. That's for the first 15,000 fans, presented by Rate. And then tomorrow is, I think, what everybody is expecting as far as the matchups. It will be White Sox pitcher Shane Smith versus former White Sox pitcher Garrett Crochet. Crochet is 1-1 on the season, a 1.45 ERA, 1.13 whip. He's gone 18 2/3 innings, only given up 14 hits. He has 17 strikeouts, 7 walks, and a home run. Smith is not decided on the year, 0-0. He's got a 1.54 ERA, 0.77 whip through 11 2/3 innings. He has 4 hits to his name, and then 9 strikeouts and 5 walks.
And if you are hearing the sounds of my voice right now, you can also hear the sounds of the Chicago White Sox playing here on WRMN 1410 AM. And you said that the start time was 3:10 p.m. today.
3:10 today, 1:10 tomorrow against Boston. That'll be that game against the Garrett Crochet. And then it'll also be a Coca-Cola Family Sunday. And then Tuesday, the White Sox continue their homestand. That is against the Athletics at 6:40. It'll be a $5 Tuesday. So all fans attending Tuesday home games throughout the season will enjoy additional savings through the $5 Tuesday concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, select Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn, Stadium Buttery. Some product restrictions do apply, so check when you get to the stadium. The White Sox will have Jonathan Cannon on the mound on Wednesday against the Athletics, and then Thursday it'll be the White Sox concluding that series with the Athletics as well as their homestand. It'll be Davis Martin taking the bump for the Southsiders. Those games are all at home, as I mentioned. They will be 6:40 p.m. start times on Tuesday and Wednesday, a 1:10 p.m. start time on Thursday before the White Sox go out to Boston to face this same Red Sox team in Boston. That'll be Friday at 6:10 p.m., Perez versus Fitz again. Then it'll be Saturday at 3:10 p.m., Smith versus Crochet again. And then 4:20, that's Sunday, at that's a 2:30.
I'm sorry, 4:20?
Yeah. That'll be a 12:35 p.m. start time between Sean Burke, and Tanner Huck. All of those games are on CHSN or CHSN Plus. They might go to the Plus channel because of the fact that the Bulls will have their games and they're headed towards the postseason. But you could also catch the White Sox right here on AM 1410 WRMN. All right, we have more baseball for you coming up right after the break, plus that special announcement that we said we would do at the top of the hour. I've got it now. But we have the
Are
North.
You sure?
Yeah, we have a little.
Are we finally vibing?
We are. We have some
lies.
News. We have some news.
Lies.
We have some news about the Northsiders. We have some news about the Cougars. But we also have to recap basketball. Both the women's and the men's NCAA tournaments concluded this past week, so we will be jumping into that. Plus some important hockey news, whether that be Blackhawks, the ramp up to the Calder Cup playoffs in the AHL.
The Grade 8.
The Grade 8, yes, absolutely. And then, of course, your Bulls that I just previewed right there. All that and more right here on The Rise. I am Mike Napoletano. That is Derrick Geyer.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their Text Club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. For the first time since President Trump took the White House for the second time, Iran and the U.S. are now having talks about Tehran's growing nuclear program. President Trump has threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting that program if a deal cannot be reached. The president, meanwhile, feeling upbeat after completing his annual physical exam. Here's White House correspondent Greg Clugston traveling with the president.
Following several hours of tests at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, the president told reporters aboard Air Force One,
every test you can imagine. I was there for a long time. The yearly physical, I think I did well.
The 78-year-old president also said he underwent a cognitive exam. Over the years, Donald Trump has released few details about his health. He said a report from White House doctors should be released this weekend. Greg Clugston traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, Florida.
The president may be in fine health, but in Texas, a measles outbreak seems to be on the rise.
Indiana has joined 5 other states with active measles outbreaks. The majority of cases are in Texas. 60 more were reported, and a third measles-related death in New Mexico was made public. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has redeployed a team to West Texas. Health experts fear the virus will take hold in other communities with low vaccination rates. I'm Ed Donahue.
An investigation is underway now into that helicopter crash this week that killed 6 people, the pilot and a family of Spanish tourists, when the chopper plunged into the Hudson River. NTSB Chair Jennifer Honaday says that the New York Police Department is still diving for components.
Components and pieces of the helicopter that we are still looking to recover. Those include the main rotor, the main transmission, the roof structure, and the tail structure.
The helicopter's engine and other key components have been pulled off the wreckage. More from townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
U.S. Senator John Husted says world trade has been tilted in China's favor ever since it was allowed to join the World Trade Organization back in 2001. And he says most Americans know it's time for a change.
It's a reckoning that we've delayed. The president passionately believes that he has the responsibility to fight this fight now and get a good deal for America on trade. And I think that most people are giving him some latitude.
Husted told the Salem Radio Network this week the trade imbalance has allowed China to build up its military and also seriously weaken the U.S. industrial base.
China's trade surplus, not only with us but with the rest of the world, is allowing them to fund their military and become a threat to all of us in the world, and a reset is necessary.
Voters in the oil-rich African country of Gabon now casting ballots in a presidential election. The country's military rulers hope it will legitimize their power. Breaking news at townhall.com. Justin Rose starting the day sitting pretty. Does have some all-star company, though, after 2 rounds at the Masters. Here's correspondent Gethin Coolbaugh.
Justin Rose is halfway to his first Masters title.
Sometimes you just got to knock on the door.
The two-time runner-up at Augusta National maintained his lead on day 2 at 8 under, despite shooting a 1 under 71, 6 strokes worse than his opening 65.
There's a bit of a sense that the course is playing a little bit differently today. A bit windier for sure, out of a slightly different direction, so just trying to make some of those adjustments.
Bryson DeChambeau is in solo second at 7 under after his second round 68.
Today was a fantastic day of golf and some testing conditions.
Rory McIlroy fired a 66 and is tied with Corey Connors for third place at 6 under. Notable names to miss the cut include former Masters winners Dustin Johnson, Sergio Garcia, and Phil Mickelson. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
More from
The Rise. You're listening to Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer on WRMN 1410 AM. And that special announcement that we've been teasing for the last half hour, maybe you could guess by this. Ooh, that is the sweet sound of the NFL draft. And why am I bringing that up? Because on April 24th, starting at 6:30 p.m., myself, Derrick Geyer, alongside Mike Napoletano from On the Rise and Marcus Mack from The Truth About Chicago Sports, we will be taking the daunting task of covering the NFL draft here on WRMN 1410 AM.
Yeah, I'm excited. We're going to get a chance to cover this Bears team and see who they are finally taking in this draft. I know there's been plenty of speculation leading up to it. You heard a lot of it on The Truth About Chicago Sports. We haven't really gone into the hypotheticals too much here in this show. I like to kind of wait to see how things play out, but we will, leading up to that show, talk a little bit about who we think the Bears are going to take at 10, and then also going into the second round, because I think it's actually even a little more interesting in the second round who they are poised to take, because the gentleman that they have their eyes on sounds like, this is all speculation, of course, they haven't actually picked the players yet, but it sounds like they are going to be taking a gentleman by the name of Caleb Johnson, which is too funny because you have Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, and then it's like you put them together, a little Wheel of Fortune before and after.
Sure.
And you have Caleb Johnson. So we'll see how that all shakes out, but I'm excited. You will be able to tune in on the YouTube, I believe, and also on the radio on that evening. So we will have that live coverage here for you from the studio. It'll be super exciting.
Yeah, we're still in the works. We've got probably another couple of announcements going on as far as April 24th goes, but we will be live and in studio covering the draft, the first round of the draft. So we are stoked about that. Special thanks to Dean Delaley and Dennis Sonar Green for helping us put it together. Been talking to him for the past couple weeks about this and finally got the green light last week. So, that was one of those things that I didn't want to open my mouth up about it too soon, but now we can because now it is official.
Absolutely. Now the Cubs on the north side, they are 4-3 this past week since we've last been on the microphones. They left off, actually, I'm sorry, they are 3-3 since we last talked, but they did get that series win over the San Diego Padres. We left off with a 3-1 Cubs win last Friday. They made it 7-1 on Saturday with Boyd on the mound pitching against Pivetta, who's now pitching for the San Diego Padres. Matthew Boyd moving to 1-0 on the season, whereas Pivetta for the San Diego Padres, it's still so weird. I associate him as a Red Sox, Nick Pivetta, since he was there for so long, but he is now a San Diego Padre. He gets credited with the loss. The Cubs did drop the finale of that series at home, that opening series, 8-7. However, they won their home opener 3-1. They win that second game 7-1, and they win their opening series at home in a two games out of 3 fashion. They would continue with that homestand on Monday with a 7-0 win. That was Justin Steele on the mound, improving to 3-1 on the season. That was Eovaldi for the Texas Rangers, moving to 1-1 as he is credited with the loss. Cubs improved to 8-5, and then it would be 9-5 as they take it to Texas one more time on Tuesday.
Yeah, but you're jumping the shark a little bit there, Mike.
Oh, was that? I'm sorry.
You did mention the fact that Justin Steele pitched in that game, but after that game and before the start of the next one, Justin Steele has gone on the 10-day IL.
Yeah, he went 7 innings pitched. He only gave up 3 hits, no earned runs, and had 8 strikeouts while only allowing 2 walks. So quite the outing for him, but then headed to the IL. That's not something that Cubs fans want to hear. Luckily, it is only a 15-day IL.
Okay, 15.
Manager Craig Counsell said Friday that Steele will get a second opinion on his left elbow. That is per Alden Gonzalez of ESPNSports.com. So hopefully the Cubs can get one of their aces back in the lineup quickly because they're going to need him. You know, it's a long season, but you don't want to have a starting pitcher like that out for an extended period of time. The other news this past week, I don't know if we're there yet. Let me double check my notes here. The Cubs did get a second win over those Texas Rangers on Tuesday, a 10-6 victory. So they took the series. However, once again, just like they did with San Diego, they dropped the final game of the series on Wednesday, 6-2. And the news from this week, though, rather than the wins and losses, was the fact that Ian Happ was playing his 1,000th game with the Chicago Cubs.
Playing in his 1,000th career game, left fielder number 8, Ian Happ.
This guy has put together a really fine career. You might say underrated, but 1,000 career games is no small thing. Slice the other way towards the line. Look out, baby. What a catch. Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
That's how you win 3 straight Gold Gloves. I mean, the full layout towards the wall and steals extra bases right there from Sheets.
Yeah, this is just spectacular. Highlight reel stuff. We've seen him make a lot of great plays out there. This might be the best.
And that was Boog Shambi and Jim Deshaies, courtesy of the Marquee Network.
So congratulations to Ian Happ on that incredible milestone. And, of course, we said that the Cubs got the series win despite dropping that Wednesday finale against Texas. They had an off day Thursday, and then last night they were in action in Los Angeles to face those Dodgers again. It feels like all the Cubs have done this year is play the Dodgers. And looking at this schedule, I have never seen a schedule like this. The first 9 series for the Cubs, they've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They're in their 6th series to start the season. The first 9 series, so even after this 6th series against the Los Angeles Angels, they stay out west and play the San Diego Padres again, this time in San Diego. Then they come home to face Arizona. They've already played Arizona on the road. And then they stay at home to play the Los Angeles Dodgers again, just another 2-game series like they had out in Japan to start the year. But that's 9 separate series. The first 9 series of this Cubs season is against West teams, whether that's AL West with the Texas Rangers and the Athletics, or NL West with the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Padres. 9 series before the Cubs can even see a team from the Central or the East. It'll be Philadelphia. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but
which is why everyone was saying that this is going to be a very rough month for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, we've missed they have missed some pitchers from the Texas Rangers, and then really the Oakland Athletics were supposed to be better, with their pitching and their team overall, but they were able to sweep the series out there. I don't, Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks, A's, Dodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
This is nuts. Well, the Cubs are back in action tonight at 8:10, despite dropping that first game last night against the Dodgers 3-0. It was Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers.
He was filthy.
He improves to 2-1 in this game. I mean, he just shut the Cubs down completely. He goes 6 innings pitched, only gives up 2 hits, 9 strikeouts, and only 1 walk. So absolutely filthy on the mound, as you mentioned. An 8:10 start tonight. It'll be Ben Brown versus Roki Sasaki. And then it will be a Sunday national TV appointment for the Cubs and the Dodgers as they are on ESPN at 6 p.m. The Cubs do have Ben Brown listed twice in here. So
it's most likely going to be Jordan Wicks.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Because he got the call once Steele got put on the IL.
Right. So he will match up against Tyler Glasnow unless Wicks pitches tonight and they go with Ben Brown tomorrow, but there will be a little bit of a switch there due to the injury. And then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, as I mentioned, the Cubs stay out west to play the San Diego Padres. It'll be Dylan Cease, Vasquez, and Pivetta due up for the San Diego Padres team. That is Randy Vasquez.
Oof.
So Dylan Cease, Randy Vasquez, Nick Pivetta versus Jameson Taillon, Shota Imanaga, and Matthew Boyd for the Cubs, so long as that rotation with the injuries, as we mentioned before, stays the same.
Yeah, and with the exception of last night's game and the 3-run homer that Boyd gave up, Boyd looked pretty good.
Yeah, that is true. It'll be 2 8:40 starts on Monday and Tuesday, and then a 3:10 p.m. start on Wednesday. The Cubs come back home next weekend in order to face the Arizona Diamondbacks. All of those are 1:20 patented start times. As you Wrigley fans know, it's always a 1:20 start. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all against Arizona. Due up for Arizona, Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, and it'll be Merrill Kelly. But it's kind of far out to really confirm that.
Yeah.
As for the Cubs, this rotation is in a little bit of a frenzy right now.
Yeah.
So I'm not even going to give you those pitcher names.
We got some American Association baseball that we'll be talking about on the other side of this break. You are listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM.
That 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank? Or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, in our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at WeAreLead. Sponsored by Lead Inc.
Out on your operation, you know the importance of planning ahead. But there still lies a scary field of unknowns, including costly nitrogen loss that can strike from any angle. But N-Edge Pro protects it on every level to fight nitrogen loss while giving your crops an advantage you'll notice come harvest. Protect your nitrogen above and below ground with N-Edge Pro from CHS. Learn more at chsagronomy.com/N-Edge Pro.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. You are currently listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. That's Mike. I'm Derrick.
So, Derrick, you were saying that we have a little bit of American Association news, and that is correct. However, it's a little bit less American Association and a little bit more Baseball Champions League. What is that, you might be asking?
What is that?
It is a single round-robin tournament with the first and second place teams playing against each other in the final championship game. The tournament began as a 4-team invitational back in 2023. It was held in Mérida, Mexico, and it was won by the Fargo-Moorhead Red Hawks of the American Association. So, what are the Red Hawks doing out there? Well, whoever wins the American Association,
enjoying their time in Mexico right now.
Exactly.
Because you don't want to be here in Chicago.
They get a little bit of a vacation by being the champions. So 2023 was the Fargo-Moorhead Red Hawks taking home the Miles Wolf Cup. So they got a chance to represent in this tournament for the United States of America and for the American Association. The championship was canceled in 2024 due to logistical issues. So unfortunately, it didn't get a chance to be played. But we are back here in 2025, and it was the
Kane County Cougars.
It was the Kane County Cougars, your defending American Association champs, the Miles Wolf Cup champs, playing in Estadio Alfred Harp Helú in Mexico City, home of the Diablos Rojos del Mexico, the Red Devils of Mexico.
Wow, I just got a tingle up my spine the way that you were pronouncing all that. Oh, and by the way, what's up, G-Lead?
Yes, hi, Grant. Our buddy Grant jumping in the chat, former guest on the Rise and member of Bet MGM Sports, AM 670.
And G, you leave that caterpillar alone.
Yeah, somebody called me Mike Ditka, I think, earlier, so I'm allowed. But yes, it has been quite the tournament, I will say. There hasn't been a whole lot of pitching or defense, considering the fact that the Kane County Cougars won their first game of this tournament 16-14. I mean, my goodness, that is just insane. But it isn't just Kane County Cougars on this team. Brantley Bell of the Chicago Dogs has been playing as a quote-unquote Cougar for this tournament. So there's a couple players mixed in and out of this normal Cougars lineup. So it's been exciting, I will say. Let me get back to the schedule here. That was the first game that the Cougars played, which was back on the 8th, which I'm losing track of my days here. That was 4 days ago, so that would have been that Tuesday the 8th or Wednesday the 8th. The other game that day, a 15-2 win for those Diablos Rojos del Mexico over the Titanes del Florida, Titans of Florida. Then that would move us to the next day, which was the 9th. And, excuse me, I'm trying to pull up the results on their website, and for some reason, there is no forward button. There's only a back button. So when I go back to the 8th, I can't go forward to the 9th. Somebody help. To go back in, we now have the 9th up here. This was the results from April 9th. I was talking about that offense. Those Lenarios de las Tunas played against the Santa Maria Pirates. That was a 31-7 final in favor of Leo Lenadores.
Are we playing American football or are we playing baseball?
At this point, I don't know. A 14-9 victory for Tigres del Chinandega in Group A versus those Titans of Florida. And then we move forward into the 10th, which was a 19-15 win for your Kane County Cougars. That was in Group B. So Leon, that was Lenadores de las Tunas. They lost that game, but still put up 15 runs. That is crazy.
Sounds like the bats were hot and the pitcher's arms were not.
The closest game in all of this and the lowest scoring, a 6-4 win for Diablos Rojos in that second game. So it's always been basically 2 games per day. That next day, which would have been yesterday, Friday, the 11th, there was not a Cougars game that day. But this was kind of determining who we would get a chance to see tonight and tomorrow as the tournament wraps up. It was a 19-11 win for those Santa Maria Pirates, who, if you remember, got blown out and gave up 31 runs. So now they score 19 and win. This is all over the place in this tournament. But then an 11-6 victory for Las Tunas against those Titans of Florida once more. So that leads us to today, Saturday's games. The Kane County Cougars, who are 2-0 in this series, will go up against the Lenadores de las Tunas at the 1500 hour mark. So that should be
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock game here locally. Not sure what time zone that they're necessarily in. I believe that would be mountain time over there, but it depends on where this Estadio Alfredo Harpelu in Mexico City's times are. The other game today will be those Diablos Rojos del Mexico. They are in the home side as well. They're playing up against those Santa Maria Pirates. And the winners of today's games will play in the championship tomorrow. That will be a 3 o'clock game local time tomorrow as well. So root on those Cougars and let's see if they could win 2 championships within 365 days. That'd be pretty cool.
And speaking about tournament play, I do believe there was a certain NCAA men's basketball tournament that concluded on Monday.
Yeah, so if you heard those games, that was most likely because you were listening to AM 1410 WRMN. We had those games broadcast for you here on the station. So the Final Four was last Saturday. After we jumped off the microphones, you had all of the 1 seeds still remaining. You had Houston and Duke. You had Florida and Auburn. Well, Florida came out on top over Auburn, a 79-73 final. But it was really the talk of the evening was the Houston versus Duke matchup because Cooper Flagg, the projected #1 overall draft pick for this upcoming draft, he had an opportunity to get this game tied or at least seal the deal for Duke, and he missed the shot attempt. Houston would go down the other way and get an extra free throw, add to that because it was 69-67.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, they blew a double-digit lead.
They blew a double-digit lead on top of that, yeah. So a 70-67 win for Houston as they make it to the championship in order to try to get their first title ever. They've been on the doorstep for so long. However, it was Florida that came out on top. Florida getting the 65-63 win in this one. The calls were questionable either way. Both halves were like two different games, but congratulations to Florida. They were predicted by many to go all the way here, and they did just that. So back on top as a basketball school, the Florida Gators. Chomp, chomp. Chomp, chomp. I'm not joining any bandwagon.
Whatever.
We will come back here on WRMN with the women's side of the tournament because that wrapped up as well with UConn getting the victory, and I want to give some notes about that. But we have more hockey and basketball to get to right here on the Rise.
Yeah, don't forget Marcus Mack at the top of the hour with the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
It's time to grow stronger than ever. Abivium from CHS gives your seed the support it needs from day one. Its biostimulant, metabolites, and micronutrients help seeds emerge with rigor, improve nutrient uptake, and grow into strong crops. Apply Ibivium directly in your planter box and watch your field thrive. Ask your local retailer about Ibivium today or visit chsagronomy.com.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. And before we get going into anything else, join Matt McNeil of Out to Lunch today at Newman's Corner Pub. He will be guest bartending at 6 p.m. at 1000 South State Street in South Hampshire, Illinois. Once again, that's Newman's Corner Pub. All donations, this is a birthday tip donation extravaganza. All tips will be going to benefit Megan.
Very nice. That's our buddy, Matt. He's leaving the studio right now.
Yeah,
so
he's leaving the studio, and he's been helping us out with all the technical glitches going on today. So thank you for that, Matt. We appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Matt. We'll see ya. So yeah,
that was like a month or so ago.
I know, but
okay.
You know, it's a birthday extravaganza, so I'll say happy birthday to him. But yeah, so we left off with the NCAA basketball. We recapped the men's real quickly. I just did also want to let you know we covered the Final Four for the women's because that happened Friday of last week. We did not get into the championship because that happened Sunday of this past week, and that was the number 1 seed South Carolina Gamecocks going up against the UConn Huskies, the number 2 seed on that part of the bracket. It was, quote-unquote, an upset with the number 2 seed UConn coming on top with an 82-59 victory as the UConn ladies reestablish UConn as a basketball school.
I'm sorry, that was an upset?
Yeah, by definition, but yeah, 1 seed and a 2 seed going up against each other, it's pretty deadlocked. It didn't go chalk.
Sounds like a one-legged arse kicking.
Yeah, maybe, I guess so. But yeah, everybody was, I think, predicting South Carolina to get back on top as they did. But as we know, many of their stars have been drafted now to the WNBA. So it's not the same as it once was. I believe it was Camila Cardoso was a former South Carolina player for them. So
I'll take your word for it.
Not there anymore. Definitely with the Chicago Sky. If you're looking for another college tournament to sink your teeth into, have no fear though, because the Frozen Four is underway. When we take a look at that is happening in St. Louis. So our buddy Blake could end up going to the game tonight. Who knows? There were games on Thursday as well. That was the, let me double check this right here. That was, can you give me April here? NCAA, that website? There we go. So yeah, there was almost a whole month in between games, between the quarterfinals. Actually, a whole 10 days, I should say. It felt like a month, though. Penn State eliminated UConn, so UConn doesn't win in this one. And Denver over the number 1 seed Boston College, a 3-1 final, which brought them into the Frozen Four. That started on Thursday down in St. Louis. That was a 3-1 win for Boston University over Penn State, and Western Michigan eliminating Denver 3-2. So you saw a bunch of players. We mentioned, I believe, Tage Harding for the Blackhawks reporting to Rockford. We also talked about the Minnesota season ending a little bit early with Oliver Moore and Sam Renzel reporting to the Blackhawks to start their NHL careers. This Western Michigan and Denver game happened in double overtime, and it was on a controversial call, so not quite the way that Denver wanted to go out. However, if you're looking at coaching, Denver's coach, David Carl, is expected to be in the running for the next Blackhawks head coach. Now, there are some possible logistic issues with it, with the fact that, who knows if he even wants to leave the college circuit or no longer coach World Juniors and try his luck as an NHL coach. also adjusting to the off-ice stuff, a lot of the stuff that you don't see in the NHL. He's not an NHL coach. He doesn't have that experience. The last 4 coaches for the Chicago Blackhawks have not had a single NHL game under their belt before stepping into the role. So, as head coach, I should say, as head coach. But we'll see if they do decide to go with a guy who has just won back-to-back World Juniors. And as we look to who is going to win this college championship, though, we will get a chance to tune in tonight at 6:30 p.m. on ESPN2 as Boston University, BU, the Terriers, go up against Western Michigan and the Broncos. Western Michigan is ranked as the 4 seed here, so that will conclude the Frozen Four tournament down in St. Louis. If you drive now here in the Chicagoland area, you can make it. You can make it for game time. So that should be an exciting one. All right, let's move on into some other extremely important hockey news. We left off last week with Alex Ovechkin tying Wayne Gretzky's record. He did that in one fewer game. Gretzky had 894 goals in 1,487 games. Alex Ovechkin, 894 goals in 1,486 games. We got a chance to talk to Pittsburgh Penguins radio broadcaster Joe Brand right before the Penguins matchup. But of course, Ovi and the Capitals are the rivals, so he knows his enemies all too well. And we got to all see Ovechkin break Wayne Gretzky's record on Sunday in New York against the Islanders.
Crisscrossing with Chikrin through center. Send in Wilson on the flank. Cross ice. Ovechkin fires. Score! The chasing days are done. Alex Ovechkin is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the NHL.
And that was courtesy of NHL.com.
Yeah, so Alex Ovechkin no longer chasing Wayne Gretzky. He hits 895 goals on April 6th, 2025. The crazy stat in there, the Capitals won the draft lottery back in 2004 in order to select Alex Ovechkin on April 6th. That is a crazy full circle moment.
I got even crazier for you for that. Okay, so before Wayne Gretzky beat surpassed Gordie Howe, and, so Gordie Howe was the original goals leader.
Yeah.
The great one passed him 31 years after Gordie Howe had originally dominated the NHL and had all those many goals. Guess how many years it took Gretzky to get past, or I'm sorry,
Ovechkin to get
past Gretzky?
My guess is going to be 31.
Very good.
Wow, that is another full circle.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah, so Alex Ovechkin cemented in history as the greatest goal scorer in the National Hockey League. You saw him do that little belly flop on the ice as the celebration. Of course, the team swarms him.
I thought it looked more like Superman.
Yeah. I think he was trying for that. I thought it was a little bit more of a belly flop. But he had never scored on Ilya Sorokin. So of all the goaltenders who are mainstays in the NHL or starters, or dominant starters, I should say. In Sorokin's case, he had 0 goals going into that game, and many thought that he was going to Barry Bonds it and wait until the Capitals played the Hurricanes back at home on Thursday and do it in front of the home crowd, but he didn't want to wait any longer. The Great One was in the attendance himself to watch the Great 8 surpass the record. They did pause the game, which I thought was a little weird to do a whole 20-minute long ceremony on the ice. But I do understand that intermissions are the time for coaches to talk about the game in the locker room, and you don't really want to cut into that. So they did pause the game itself. They had Wayne Gretzky come down onto the ice and present Alex Ovechkin with that beautiful mural that they made of the both of them. Gretzky, of course, wearing the Gordie Howe pin, and hopefully we will see Ovi do the same for Gretzky when it comes time for, I don't know, maybe somebody like Austin Matthews or, somebody in the future to break Ovi's record as well, because it seems insurmountable, but we just witnessed a record that we thought was insurmountable overtaken by the Great 8. Gretzky's point record is, in fact, though, practically insurmountable. I don't think anybody will touch the amount of points that Wayne Gretzky has.
And that's the bonkers part of it, right?
Yeah.
Because Ovi goes ahead and he scores 895 goals. You're thinking, wow, that's insane, right?
Yeah.
He still needs about 1,200 points in his career to catch Gretzky.
He's not getting it.
So yeah, but Gretzky, in his words, was more of an assist maker, playmaker than a goal scorer, and it just goes to show you the different times that both players were playing, especially with Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe was great when he was playing. 31 years later, Gretzky comes along and he surpasses that.
Right.
But you're also talking goalies that were using different equipment. Goalies in Gordie Howe's day that weren't wearing masks.
Yeah, they couldn't drop. Players couldn't lift the puck as well. You didn't have as nice technology in the sticks. You had lumber instead of carbon fiber.
And even looking at the highlights of Wayne Gretzky, you're going, oh my God, these goaltenders suck. I mean, let's be honest.
There were a lot of good ones, though. That's real.
I don't know.
It wasn't the goaltending style of today. I'll just say that.
This is true, but I mean, when you had the butterfly goaltender as opposed to the stand up on your, and relying on the paddle to block the shots and everything, because looking at it, it seemed like a majority of Gretzky's goals in the highlights were all on the ice.
Well, I mean, hey, no, there were a few that were lifted, and you got guys like Tony Esposito who could stack the pads and such. So even going back to the Glenn Hall days, Chicagoans will know those names pretty well. There was still a way to block those, and you still had to try to lift the puck as well. But
we will put a pin on this thing on this Saturday morning for On the Rise on WRMN 1410 AM after these messages.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Sheblow has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. We are bringing it home here on the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. Up next is Marcus Mack and the truth about Chicago sports.
We've still got plenty of sports news to cover here for you, so I'm going to try to make this as short and painless as possible. The Blackhawks did that exactly on Sunday. I was at the game in attendance to meet Joe Brand, get a chance to shake his hand, and the rest of the great broadcasting staff on the Blackhawks side of things. But it was a matchup against Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins, and it started off with a Frank Nazar shorthanded goal.
Face-off win. Pittsburgh shot. Letang off a stick wide of the goal. Final 15 seconds of the power play. Puck comes on. Nazar trying to get there. Jabs it free, and away he goes. It's an odd man rush. He's got Teravainen with him. Teravainen slows it down. Nazar scores! Frank Nazar, shorthanded. 1-0 Hawks.
So that was courtesy of the CHSN broadcast. You heard Rick Ball, and I believe Darren Pang was on there as well, talking about the...
Kaylee Chelios.
Oh, Kaylee Chelios was on that call as well, talking about the shorthanded goal. The Blackhawks have been better shorthanded than they have been on the power play this year, which is baffling. But they start this one off well with a shorthanded goal to go up 1-0. They added to that lead with an Ilya Mikheyev tally, which was assisted by Connor Bedard. Ricard Raquel broke the shutout that could have been the first shutout of Spencer Knight's career here in Chicago, but then Ilya Mikheyev seals the deal once again with the empty netter. I did call the 3 stars of the game when I was there at the game. I said Ilya Mikheyev for those 2 goals, Spencer Knight for saving all but 1, and Frank Nazar getting a shorthanded tally on there as well. So a 3-1 win for the Blackhawks. However, they went out to Pittsburgh, as we were talking about that home and away series with Mr. Brand last week, and the Blackhawks were blown out of the water. A 5-0 win for the Penguins. Sidney Crosby, Erik Karlsson, Chris Letang, Kevin Hayes, twice all tallying in this one. It was a really bad game for Kevin Korchinski. He looked a little clunky out there, kind of out of sorts for the most part, but he had a good bounce back in the Thursday night matchup as the Blackhawks went to Boston to face a struggling Bruins team. The Bruins did tally first in that first period and make it 1-0. However, the Blackhawks fought back with a Nick Foligno goal in the second. And then the Blackhawks had 4 registered shots on goal in the third period. Derrick, do you know how many of those 4 shots on goal went in the net?
I'm going to say a couple.
All 4 of them.
Sweet.
4 shots on goal, 4 goals. As the Blackhawks come out of the gates in the third period, and they've struggled in third periods this year. They came out hot. Ryan Donato gets his 30th of the season. It's the first time in his career that he has hit the 30-goal mark. He also hit the 60-point mark as well. As they take the lead there, Tyler Bertuzzi adds to that lead. Kevin Korchinski gets set up beautifully by Connor Bedard.
Oh, you mean this?
Here's more. Carry in. Shot to the far side. Bedard tracks back for it. Centers. Korchinski shoots. He scores. He snapped it over the glove.
that was also courtesy of CHSN.
So the Blackhawks add with that Korchinski tally, who desperately needed a bounce-back game, and he got it there. He celebrated like he had just won the Stanley Cup, basically. Morgan Geekie does score late, but then it's the empty netter by Nick Foligno, assisted by Alex Vlasic, that seals the deal. If you look at these goals, Nick Foligno, Ryan Donato, Tyler Bertuzzi, and another one from Foligno, 4 of the Blackhawks' 5 goals, all from former Bruins. So Boston really taking it hard in this one. And one rookie as well. Good bounce back game for Kevin Korchinski. And then right after that game, Ethan Del Mastro was sent back to Rockford just to prep for the AHL playoffs. We will have more AHL playoff news leading into the end of the season next week. And hopefully we will get a chance to talk to some of our correspondents, as I kind of previewed last week.
Yeah. And speaking of playoffs, moving on into the NBA.
Well, hold on, because I have some important news. The Blackhawks do conclude their season at home tonight. That's a 7 p.m. start time, but there will be 2 more games on the road. This home game tonight will be Pat Maroon's final game of his career. He announced his retirement just a few weeks ago, and we mentioned that here on the show back in St. Louis when he made that announcement. Monday at 6 p.m., the Blackhawks will be in Montreal to face the Canadiens. The Canadiens did sign Ivan Demidov to an entry-level contract. He will be set to make his debut against the Blackhawks, who were rumored to have taken him at the number 2 spot in last year's draft. So
he sounds like a good player.
It'll be Artem Levshunov versus Demidov. You get to kind of see that matchup one-on-one. And then Tuesday at 6 p.m., the Blackhawks will be in Ottawa to face the Senators, and that will conclude the regular season. Ottawa clinches their first playoff spot since 2017, when they went all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they lost in Game 7, double overtime, to Sidney Crosby and those eventual Stanley Cup champion Penguins. It was Chris Kunitz with that dagger in overtime. Okay, now we can get to more play-in round and postseason talk. With the Chicago Bulls, we left off with the Bulls punching their ticket to the postseason with a win against the Portland Trailblazers last Friday. The Bulls continued their winning ways with a 131-117 win over those Charlotte Hornets. That was Mark Williams and KJ Simpson leading the way for the Hornets, but it wasn't enough as Kobe White drops 37, Josh Giddey with 8 assists, and Nikola Vukovic with 11 rebounds. That's 3 straight wins for Chicago. However, that win streak would snap as they face a tough Cleveland Cavaliers team. Cleveland 63-16 after this game.
Yeah, destroyed them.
The Bulls sitting at 36-43. 135-113 is your final in this one. But then Wednesday, it was a little bit of a preview of what we may see in this play-in round when the Bulls took on the Miami Heat. The Bulls got the last...
A huge break for the Bulls. Here comes Herter. The kick out. Bozellers, yes!
The rookie steps up. Big-time players make big-time plays. Oh, Lord!
Herter, all 5 starters have played 34-plus minutes. Giddey has played 40. He finds White for the 2. 11th assist. Kobe's got...
It's a wrap, Bulls Nation. You can drive home safely. Beep, beep.
And John...
And that was Adam Amin and Stacey King on CHSN.
So, yeah, the Bulls, they get the win 119-111 as they get the last laugh against the Heat. Hopefully that is the same situation in those play-in series. As Bulls fans know, the last 2 years have ended at the hands of those Miami Heat.
And, oh my God, they're playing them in the play-in game on Wednesday.
Yeah, so that'll be all set up to go as the Bulls won last night versus Washington. I believe that was a 119-89 victory. I don't have that pulled up in the notes.
Yeah, right Washington got destroyed last night.
Yeah, 119-89. So a huge win for the Bulls. 30-point win. They have upcoming games still to go here. There are, there's only one game. That is tomorrow against the Philadelphia 76ers at noon at Wells Fargo Center. As for upcoming games to conclude seasons, the Steel are also in action tonight. The Chicago Steel, it's fan appreciation night at Fox Valley Ice Arena. That is a 6:05 start against the Muskegon Lumberjacks. So get there early. $2 hot dogs and $3 beer specials. Hundreds of prizes. We will recap the Steel season next week. We will also have more information on the AHL playoffs as we look towards the Calder Cup playoffs. The Stars are also
we
in
wanted
town
to
here.
thank Gabe Ramirez for hopping in today, for joining the show. We also wanted to thank Matt McNeil. You are listening to WRMN 1410 AM.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Envoys from Iran and the U.S. have arrived in Oman ahead of the first talks over Tehran's rapidly growing nuclear program since President Trump took office for a second time. The talks are between the Iranian foreign minister and U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, but the White House position is already clear. The president, has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear program if a deal cannot be reached diplomatically. U.S. Senator Tom Cotton says Iran should have no doubt about where Mr. Trump stands.
The very first conversation I ever had with Donald Trump was in the late spring of 2015. He's just starting out as a candidate, and I was fighting against Barack Obama's ill-advised nuclear deal with Iran, and he thanked me for my efforts on that he agreed with me totally, and he's never wavered.
Senator Cotton, interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. Former California Congressman John Campbell says the president has a lot of work cut out for him in negotiating new trade deals with more than 70 countries.
Each country's industries and things they want to protect of themselves are different, and in each case, what they ship to us is different.
Senator John Husted says a big part of the president's trade policy is aimed at staving off a growing military threat from China.
China's trade surplus, not only with us but with the rest of the world, is allowing them to fund their military and become a threat to all of us in the world, and a reset is necessary.
Economist E.J. Antoni with the Heritage Foundation says the administration believes creating good-paying jobs and helping consumers will create a strong foundation for the stock market and its investors.
So it's not that you need to do things like have inflation to make Wall Street artificially look good. What you should do is have Main Street do well, and then Wall Street will do well, too. That's the game plan here.
You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454. 800-613-5454.
President Trump has undergone his annual physical.
Before the physical, the 78-year-old president posted on social media that he's never felt better. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is promising transparency.
You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock every single day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
Presidents have privacy rights protecting their medical records just like ordinary citizens, and that means that they have leeway over what details are released. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Texas health officials report the total number of identified measles cases in that state has jumped by 36, hitting 541 now since the ongoing outbreak began in January. State health officials say about 5% or less of the 30 confirmed cases are estimated to be actively infectious. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Tesla has now established a foothold in Saudi Arabia.
It's the latest chapter in the company's global expansion, but the Middle East country's extreme heat could pose a challenge for its electric vehicle performance and battery efficiency. Tesla made its long-awaited entry into the Saudi market with the launch of its first showroom and service center in the Saudi capital of Riyadh. That facility will offer models including Model 3, Model Y, and the Tesla Cybertruck. Rich Thomason, Washington.
The U.S. House is reconsidering its voting rules after a push from Republican Representative Anna Paulina Luna to allow proxy voting for new parents. Luna of Florida said her experiences as a new mother in 2023 pointed to the need for allowing lawmakers to vote from afar, but the idea fiercely opposed by Republican leaders who call proxy voting unconstitutional. More of these stories at townhall.com.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
And welcome to the show. Once again, this is the truth about Chicago sports here in Studio 14, Elgin, Illinois. Let's go. And we are here with another great, exciting episode of the Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. Want to send a shout out to Brendan, who's tuning in. Brendan, hello, brother. Thank you for supporting the show as always. And on the call-in line, I have my co-host, my brother from another, Mr. Blake Cowell, also known as Brother Balake. What's going on?
No longer in the studio, but back in my own home studio. Not as fun, not as cool, but we are still here ready to break it down.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know, being in Studio 14 has this nice little kind of, appeal to it. But like you say, hey, you know what? We find a way to still bring it even though you're not right next to me. Brother, that's right. Lots of sports this week once again. Recapping for those out there that missed actually, since our last broadcast, I guess you should say, there's been things that have gone on, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people are aware. NCAA, we'll get that right out the way. NCAA Women's Championship was concluded as the NCAA Women's Championship was crowned UConn over South Carolina. South Carolina was last year's returning champion, and they just didn't have enough this year as UConn proved to be the better school, had the more talented players, and Paige Beckers was able to finish her collegiate career with a championship as she gets ready to head to the WNBA. WNBA draft will be April 14th, if I'm correct. I'll double check that just so I'm not quoting wrong days, but I'm almost certain that that's when the draft is going to be. It's going to be on the 14th of this month. We also had a conclusion of the men's as well, the conclusions of the men's tournament as the Florida Gators, my pick, who I called from day one and said, I think that they're going to be able to pull it out, even though there was multiple scares from UConn, Texas Tech. I mean, even right up until the end, the last game against Houston itself, this team just found the way to be the cardiac kids and came out on top and were able to finish with the win for the 2025 men's tournament. And the Florida Gators are now the men's NCAA championships for this year. Shout out to Florida. Shout out to UConn. Great runs from both schools. And it was really exciting tournament on both sides. No, there was not no Cinderella teams this year, but I still felt that there was great action out there in the college realm.
Yeah, of course. The championship game was super exciting. Todd Golden for the Florida Gators head coach. What a run for him. Especially, too, is impressive from the Gators side because they really didn't play a great tournament, it felt like. They were in a lot of close games, and they pulled it out toward the end. And that's a testament to Coach Golden's coaching. They were a second-half team. And just like in the championship, they got dominated pretty hard in the first half. And then they made adjustments and came back in the second half strong. So good run for the Gators. Feel kind of bad for Kelvin Sampson, the head coach of the Houston Cougars. He's been in this spot quite a bit and just can't get over the hump. But we'll see if he can come back next year with another strong team, as Houston's expected to be pretty good again.
And I know that from Coach Sampson's perspective, he felt like, hey, we had a really good season. We should be here. I do think that they got a little lucky against Duke, caught them at that right time and was able to win. I would have been more interested in seeing a Duke versus Florida matchup, but that matchup versus Houston did not disappoint. It really came down to the wire, and I just think that it was a simple fact of that Florida had just a few more talented players than Houston, and those players were able to come through in the big moments down the stretch of that game.
Yeah, of course. Very tough. But hey, the weekend didn't disappoint. I think for a full tournament perspective, a fairly, from the first and second and the Sweet 16 and Elite 8, a fairly boring tournament just because of how chalky it was and favorites were winning left and right. Obviously, all 4 1 seeds made it to the Final Four for the first time, I think, since 2008 was the year.
Yeah.
But the Final Four did not disappoint. Both close and exciting games, and then the championship obviously came down to the wire as well.
Yeah, and that's all you can really ask for, is that you get tough competition, and I think that that's what a lot of people got. I mean, yes, like you said, it really just came down to where, hey, the big blue bloods ruled the tournament this year, but you know what? We still got some good, exciting play, and hats off to everybody involved in the tournament, and hats off to our championship winners. Switching gears, and we'll keep it kind of along the same lines of college kids, as the NFL draft is getting ready to start on the 24th. And just to go back just a quick second, yes, I was correct. The WNBA draft will be on April 14th, so make sure you guys keep your eyes on that. The Chicago Sky have the 10th pick in that draft. But on to the NFL draft, and, it seemed kind of far-fetched at first. And we know, the one thing I know, and I've heard this from many professionals, is that players don't move up draft boards. That's a mock thing. That's a fan thing. Really, when it comes to a board for an NFL team, they have generally already kind of got an idea of who they want. They know what positions they need to fill, and they've got an idea of the guys that they want because they've been scouting all year. They just didn't wait until the football season ended to start scouting these players and who they might have an eye on. They've been scouting the players, trust me, since the moment the collegiate season started, coinciding with the NFL season. So players don't shoot up draft boards. That doesn't happen. For someone to think that Tyler Warren is shooting up the Bears draft board, no. Tyler Warren is probably the 4th best prospect in this draft, realistically. So, I mean, rate how you want to rate him in between Genty. When you go outside of Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, and Mason Graham, probably the next most talented player is Tyler Warren, then followed by Ashton Genty. Now, like I said, I could be, we could debate the, little intangibles here and there, but just from a talent standpoint, these guys are the top of the draft. So I have been on record as saying, no, at that 10th pick, I do not want the Bears to draft a Genty or a Tyler Warren. But I have also been on record as saying that if the guys that you wanted in the trenches are not available, it makes sense then to take the most talented player on the board. No sense in reaching to fill a positional need if that player is not going to reach that potential. So I'm not going to, so what do you mean, Mark? What do you mean, Marcus Mack? What are you talking? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You don't go and select James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee as an edge guy at your 10th pick because Mikael Williams is gone and because Abdul Carter is gone. That's not where you go with it. Jalen Walker's off the board, and now you're going to panic, and you're going to reach for a guy that's slated to probably go later in first round, if not maybe even second. That's what I'm talking about. There's no need to reach on a position just because of need if the talent is not there. In that situation, I feel your best option is to go ahead and take the most talented player. And if that most talented player is Tyler Warren, I'm okay with that. Blake, it looks like we got a caller here on the line. We're going to take this call real quick. Caller, you're on the air. Go ahead. Caller, you're on the air. You're on WRMN 1410 AM, Truth About Chicago Sports.
I was looking for the home shopping. I know you were.
Oh, home shop. Okay. Hey, Monday. Call back on Monday. Thank you so much. All right. There we go. Somebody.
No Bears draft.
No Bears draft. Just trying to get some information. Understandable. But yeah, I think that if that best player available is Tyler Warren, and like I said, we can go back and forth. If Genty is available or if Warren is available, which one do you go with over who? Me personally, like I said, I'm still thinking that a running back position can be filled in the second round because this running back class is so deep. I think in that situation, you go with Warren.
It'll be interesting. Ben Devine on Twitter, he's pretty plugged in with Bears draft and gets some Bears insider scoops from time to time. So on Twitter, he posted about an hour ago that the only 2 reported visits to Hallis Hall for the top 30 prospects, they always report who visits who. So far, the only 2 players reported visited to the Bears is running back Ashton Genty and defensive end Shamar Stewart. So those are now 2 names highly on my radar, at least, because if those are the only 2 names being reported, the Bears have some interest there. And
True.
We've kind of talked about it.
But we also know those could be smoke screens as well, because it didn't matter if Caleb came to visit the Bears or not last year. We knew that the Bears were drafting Caleb Williams.
Of course. And we won't know who would or wouldn't be there, I guess, without it being reported. But, we've talked about Genty and then trenches. It's really Genty or trenches, right, at this point. We're not Tyler Warren. We discussed it a little bit last week just because there was some smoke around it with Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen.
And it's a real thing. It's a real thing with him.
Yeah, and it still feels maybe a little too ripe at 10, but that doesn't mean that they can't trade back or up. But at least on the defensive end side, we are expecting Abdul Carter to be gone. We are potentially Jalen Walker to be gone, but he's still there. So Shamar Stewart now becomes potentially the 3rd best defensive end in this draft. So something to look for, something to at least keep on your radar, because now only a week and a half out, decisions need to start kind of being made. Lists need to start being narrowed down to, in spot 10, you're probably looking at 6 or 7 legit prospects in that range. So these lists are getting narrowed, and as the phones heat up, because teams could be calling the Bears saying, hey, we want to move up, or maybe Brian Poles is making a call to Vegas saying, hey, we might want to move up. Feeling the water, smoke will be had, and we're only a week and a half out.
Yeah, and like I said, it really the thing that makes this tough is because we know what, as fans, what we want. But the way we saw that the Bears attack free agency, we have a great idea what the Bears want. And you look at their roster and you know what they need. And no mistake about it, the Bears need another running back. That's been signaled. They didn't pursue that in free agency. That's a clear signal that they're looking to go and address that in the draft. We know no team goes into an NFL season with just 2 running backs Roschon Johnson has proved to have issues staying healthy, and we know how Ben Johnson really feels about DeAndre Swift because he let DeAndre Swift go when he was the offensive coordinator at Detroit. So he clearly thinks that he could produce, but if he could upgrade, he will. So running back for sure is a need in a position that will be filled. So I'm not surprised that Genty came and visited the Bears because you know what, that is a smart move. If you don't have the trenches that if you don't have the players in the trenches that you're looking for, and Genty is there, it makes sense. I like I said, I'm not for the running back position being a grab at 10, but if the players that you wanted are not there, I think you have no choice but to go ahead and go that direction. Now, the reason why Tyler Warren has caught so much smoke is because of the things that was said about him by Dennis Allen, things that were said about Coach Ben Johnson, but there's also the reality of he does fit he could become a matchup thing for the Bears, something they could utilize. The Bears right now currently only have 2 tight ends. We know most teams carry 3 tight ends on their roster. It is a possibility, but I think that the running back is more of a need position for the Bears, a glaring need position. And so I think that if the trenches are gone, Genty will be in play. And I won't be upset by it. You know, that's the thing. If Ashton gets drafted, but I'm not going to be upset that the Bears drafted Ashton Genty. He's literally rated as one of the top, like I say, top 5 players in the draft. And we're talking, when we're talking Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Mason Graham, we're literally projecting these guys to be impact players immediately in the NFL. So I feel like Genty can come right in and be that player as well. But like I said, that's only if the trenches are bare. That's the only way. I am not accepting you taking Genty over Armand Membu or Will Campbell.
Will Campbell.
I'm not accepting that. Maybe even Calvin Banks Jr. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm okay with the Bears drafting any 3 of those guys in the trenches: Armand Membu, Calvin Banks Jr., or Will Campbell. If they went any direction right there, I'm right on board. Giddy up. Let's go. And
let's go.
And really, I guess I know there's been a lot of focus on the 10th pick, but that's really not my focus, Blake. It's really not at all. My focus has wholeheartedly been in the 2nd round when the Bears draft. That's where my focus keeps going to, because I think, like I say, it's pretty much kind of, or it's set in stone what the Bears are going to do. It's either trenches or you grab best player available. And that best player available more than likely will be Genty or Warren. So, that's set. The real thing that everybody should be focusing on is the 39th and 41st pick. Remember, these are 3 picks that the Bears are going to have of the top 50 players that are coming out of college. There's no reason with those 3 picks that the Bears should not come away with 1 to 2 difference makers, definitely 3 people that can be impacts on the roster.
Yeah, plenty of holes to be filled at a couple different positions as well. We always talk about the trenches, talk about Genty. Another position group that I think Bears fans should keep on their radar is safety. Do I think they go safety that high? Probably not. But if you look at the safety room right now, I think this is Kevin Byard's last season under contract with the Bears. As well as Jaquan Brisker's health, an immense question. His concussion issues. He's one bad concussion away from what I think
is a career ender.
Playing a snap in the NFL again, right? Yes. And we know we love watching these guys play every Sunday, but we've seen NFL players in the past retire and have severe health issues, and you never want to see that. And especially for a guy like Jaquan Brisker, I think he's only like 26, 27. He's a kid. He's a young guy, So we want to keep his health first and foremost priority. He's big on Twitter. He loves tweeting, and he says he's ready to come back better than ever. But again, health will come first, and that might not even be up to him. So I would look at the safety position, maybe not that early, but mid-rounds, sure to come. I want to touch on this too real quick, Marcus. I want to touch on this real quick. Ian Rappaport reported yesterday, the Saints suddenly have a major QB question. Derek Carr is dealing with a shoulder injury and will threaten his availability for the season. Derek Carr is weighing his options, including the possibility of surgery. Again, that's reported by Ian Rappaport, NFL reporter on X. The Saints pick number 9, we talk about it. We need quarterbacks to go before the Bears for them to have a legit shot at a better player. We talked about how the Giants picked up Russell Wilson, so that would essentially eliminate them from quarterback. But now the Saints become a potential option for quarterback at 9, and it also becomes a trade possibility because if a quarterback is on the board at 9 and the Saints know that the Bears don't need a quarterback, maybe they trade up. So there's another option that is becoming available for the Bears and another avenue for them to grab a guy like JT or to grab another one of those linemen that we just talked about.
I think the Saints are going to draft the quarterback. I just do. I just believe that the Saints are going to grab a quarterback if that quarterback is available. What I think is the smokescreen is everybody saying that Shedeur Sanders is falling. I think that's a smokescreen. I think, look what we've seen. We saw Trey Lance get drafted before Justin Fields. And Trey Lance has still yet played a down. Well, no, actually he played a couple downs, I think, before he got hurt, and then didn't ever play a down again in the NFL. We saw Zach Wilson get drafted before Justin Fields, and now is a career backup. So I don't, but when people say, oh, quarterback, teams are desperate for quarterbacks, man. And now all of a sudden you're going to say, oh, a guy that actually proved himself in multiple programs that has a pedigree, this is the guy that you're going to pass on? But you took a chance on a dude that had no pedigree and just threw a ball off his knee and he was warranted literally like the second pick of the draft. Like, don't buy it. Don't buy it. And I'm not buying for 1 second that the Raiders, who have no quarterback and has an owner named Tom Brady, is not sitting there going, Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is the guy that we are going to pick. It would make no sense to me why they would pass up on even if it doesn't work. What other options do you have as the Raiders? You're going to go get a running back, but you got nobody to throw the football. You're going to go get a wide receiver, nobody to throw the football to him. You're gonna go get a defensive guy. You're gonna go get a defensive guy, but your offense is constantly getting 3 and outs, and that defensive guy gets run off the field. You have to have one of the most important positions in football, bar none, is quarterback. And I do not see the Raiders passing nor the Saints on quarterback. And that's what gives me great hope. I think Jackson Dart is still in play as well, and don't think I'm crazy.
I don't know. I agree with you on that front, that Jackson Dart could fly up the draft board. The only thing I'd push back on you a little bit from that would be the Raiders. Now, Geno Smith just signed a 2-year, $75 million extension with the Raiders.
But do you believe in Geno?
I feel like...
Because I
don't believe in him as a franchise quarterback. No. But I also don't believe that if Shedeur Sanders gets drafted by the Raiders, that he will be okay with sitting behind Geno, who is immensely going to be paid more than Shedeur. You know what I'm saying? So it's like maybe not, but that's not to say a team couldn't trade up with the Raiders to grab Shedeur. I'm with you in the same camp. I don't think Shedeur's falling as much as I think teams are being led to believe right now. I just don't know if the Raiders are a spot for that.
Look at the last couple years. Bo Nix got drafted way higher than anybody thought, and Bo Nix turned out to actually be a pretty good prospect, and he looks like he's going to have a pretty solid career. We'll see how it goes with the sophomore year, but he looked solid in his rookie year. Drake May, the talk was, and next thing you know, Drake May was getting drafted, following Jaden Daniels. These teams are desperate for quarterbacks, and they will not take the chance. There's no more, I'm going to let this quarterback slide to the second round and then we'll try to grab him, because now another team will come along and sometimes will grab said quarterback, like an Atlanta Falcons that grabbed the Michael Penix Jr. when they had just signed Kirk Cousins to guaranteed money. When teams see a quarterback and identify with it, that's where things get tricky. I do not believe for 1 second that all of a sudden now this is going to be some change in trend from this year, because people claim the quarterback class isn't that strong. The bottom line, there's still quarterbacks in it. And as long as you have a draft with quarterbacks in it with potential, you will see those quarterbacks go a lot higher than people thought they would. And I'm going to tell you, that just bodes so well for the Bears. I'm like, bring it on. bring it on. Draft them all. Draft all the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Draft them all, and then let the Bears have their pick of the litter. When we return from break, we will not be joined this week. Unfortunately, no Sophia Blackburn. She's a tad under the weather. She got a hold of me earlier. She's just gonna make sure that she's okay. So we're going to be sending out big-time thoughts and prayers for her, good positive energy, that Sophia can bounce back and be able to join us next week. So when we come back from break, we'll continue talking a little bit more Bears. We're also going to talk some Chicago Bulls. The Bulls are now in the play-in tournament, so they have made the postseason, not the playoffs. They've made the postseason as they get ready to face the Miami Heat. I believe that starts next week as they got one more game against the Philadelphia 76ers. We're also going to break down baseball. We're talking baseball. Oh, yeah, we got Cubs and Sox, tons of action, tons of things going on right there. So we want you just to make sure you keep staying tuned and listening in to Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM as we're here in Studio 14, another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. Before us was On the Rise with Mikey P and the Derrick, and now you get to sit back, buckle up your seatbelt, and enjoy the ride with me and Brother Block K as we bring you some more truth about Chicago sports here at Studio 14, WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio. Here on WRMN AM 1410.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
And welcome back to the show. And now we see that as this draft gets ready to loom, we're going to have a lot of smoke and mirrors and what's could and what is and what's not going to be. And the one thing that I guess that I'm hoping for out of all of this is that, like I said, beyond just the first round, I want that second round. I really think that that's going to be key. I'm really hoping the Bears can identify. I would love an identification of a running back and a lineman somewhere in that second round, and then from the third round, then you could play a little bit of luxury, like you said, with the safety position, which I think is going to be key. I think that is something to definitely watch out for. Geyer was brought in just simply to kind of be a quick Eddie Jackson fix, because obviously they had moved on from Eddie Jackson, or wanted to move on from Eddie Jackson, and they knew they needed to plug in somebody with veteran leadership back there, because they did have such a young secondary. So I could definitely see them trying to find some more help in that area. Don't be surprised if in the third round we see that. Like you said, I don't think so much as high as the second round because of the players that they already have, and they have a very good backfield. As one of the Bears' biggest strengths is that backfield. So, it's not something where I think they have to, jump out on a limb too quick, but it is something you need to safeguard yourself, because you're looking at still in the team. You've got behind Brisker, Jonathan Owens, Elijah Hicks. We know Jonathan Owens he's more of a special teams guy. He can fill in a little bit. Elijah Hicks is a decent, very good backup. But then you look after Geyer, you've got Travarius Moore, who's completely unproven. And I don't really expect big things from a Douglas Coleman III. Once again, I think another guy that I don't see really producing or turning that corner. So, yeah, I would not be shocked at all if we saw a safety get grabbed in this draft from the Bears.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, for full disclosure, I guess for the listeners, too, draft guys are a different breed. People who live and breathe the draft, they're insane. I know a couple of good friends, shout out Jacob and Fonte, if you recognize that name from X. He's a big Bears draft guru. I'm actually going to probably see if maybe we can get him on the show to talk a little Bears draft here maybe next week, but super smart and in tune with what prospects are coming out. So it'd be interesting to see later in the draft where the Bears go. Unfortunately, that kind of insight is something that I am not too tapped on. But like you mentioned, 3 of the top 50 picks go to the Bears. I mean, those in the second round, you got to be looking at guys who could potentially start on your team day one. And if not, high-level backups that'll be fighting for day one spots. Like we saw Gervon Dexter. We saw, Zach Pickens, not so much fighting for that starting role, but Gervon Dexter started. We got to look at a guy like Tyreek Stevenson, who's a full-time starter. So these guys who get picked in the second round, those are still starter caliber players. They're high-level players, and the Bears got to get it right. And I think they're going to try and fill more immediate needs than safety. I mean, what do those other needs look like? I mean, you're still looking at defensive line. Like, this defensive line is still not built out. If they don't go defensive line at 10, that second round becomes the defensive end city for Chicago Bears.
Yes, indeed. I agree. And like you said, hopefully we can get that draft guru on with us next week. We definitely want to continue to break that down. Once again, I know for our listeners out there who love hearing the great Sophia Blackburn come on, she is not able to join us today. She's a little under the weather. We won't really dive into much Blackhawks minus her. But what we will say is the Blackhawks do have 3 games left in the season. They're playing Saturday, April 12th against Winnipeg, Monday, April 14th against Montreal, and then final of the season finale Tuesday, April 15th at Ottawa. Those games are all at 6 o'clock. The game today is at 6 o'clock. Make sure you can check that out against Winnipeg. Blackhawks are still finding a way to fight through, even though the season has been tough. They won their last outing on Thursday against the Boston Bruins 5-2. And so hopefully they can keep the winning going as they play the Winnipeg Jets, today at 6 o'clock. So hopefully we can just keep those victories rolling. Moving on from the Blackhawks hockey, like I said, we'll talk more next week with Sophia Blackburn, and we'll break down the NHL playoffs as well. We're going to transition on over to the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls, who are now definitely slated for the postseason. They play their final game tomorrow against the 76ers at 12 o'clock to finish out the season, and then they're going to start their tournament play, which will be against the Miami Heat. That has been decided. The Miami Heat will play the Chicago Bulls in the play-in tournament as the Chicago Bulls look to try to beat them and then have to win one more game to be able to then be in the playoffs. So once again, so people don't get it confused, the Chicago Bulls have made the postseason, but they are not in the playoffs just yet.
Talked about it last week. This Bulls team, they suck us back in. At least they're playing, at least they're going to play an exciting basketball game that you at least going to have to tune in for. They play at home, correct? If I'm not mistaken,
yes.
They should play
the last game.
Well, I think their first.
The first playing game, yes. The first playing game, yes, will be at home. Yep.
Yeah, so their first playing game, a do-or-die game against the Miami Heat. Exciting stuff, at least to say the least. I mean, granted, like we said, you'd rather him be in contention for a guy like Cooper Flagg than be a fringe playoff team that really has no championship aspirations, stuck in the middle. But when you can get the United Center in a game that means something, it will fill out. I mean, we know it'll fill out. Jerry Reinsdorf knows it'll fill out. That's part of the problem. Chicago fans are loyal to a fault almost. But give credit to Josh Giddey, Kobe White, and the Bulls. I mean, they still get paid professional dollars. They're still fighting for their careers, and they've at least ignited some excitement in the city. I mean, just a little bit. I mean, you're not happy about it long term, but I mean, let's look at the Western Conference. I mean, the Sacramento Kings, they have DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. They're also the 9th seed. They will be playing what looks like the Dallas Mavericks at home. So I mean, it's not like the players that the Bulls traded away. It's not like those teams are juggernauts either. So for a team that shipped off a lot of quote valuable assets, they're still hanging tough and still finding a way to make some sport in the city at least exciting.
I have to give them credit for the fact that they didn't mail it in. A lot of people criticize the NBA, including myself, for most players not really caring much. If they're not worried about their brand or if they're not a top tier team, they're just out there looking to get a paycheck and hang out with all the cool people. So it was very, very refreshing to see a Bulls team that could have easily packed. Everybody thought they were going to. That was the idea when Zach LaVine was traded away, was that this team was going to be lottery hunting. And instead, what we ended up finding was a nucleus of winning basketball that can be built around with the Chicago Bulls. What we have gotten answered in the meantime, we have gotten answered that Kobe White legit can play. That was something everybody kept wondering. What was his ceiling? How good can he be? Now we know. With the departure of DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, we now see Kobe White's ceiling is quite high. Kobe White is an all-star level player. He is the real deal. And I think that'll be solidified even more in the playoffs, which is why at first I was opposed. But seeing the growth that could happen for Gitney, that could happen for Kobe White, that can happen for Bucelis, I'm back on board. And I want them to definitely beat the Miami Heat. Then whoever the winner is out of Orlando and the Hawks, win that game. Go get that experience in the playoffs. Go face off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let them hand it to you. But you know what? We'll see some growth from those guys. I want to see Kobe White play against Top. I want to know where he really is at as a player. I want to know where Josh Giddey really is at as a player. And we'll get more of those answers when you're playing meaningful basketball late in the season. And, hey, like I said, hats off to him because and to Billy Donovan. I mean, this guy's going in the Hall of Fame. Hats off to him for that. He deserves it. And he's showing that he's a really good coach. I remember when Billy was brought here after we had such a horrendous coaching carousel that has gone on really since Phil Jackson, let's be honest, from Scott Skiles to Thibodeau, and he had a nice little stretch. He got ran out, the Vinny Del Negro weird thing. Then, we fast forward to who was there right before who was the coach we had just before?
Fred Hoiberg.
Was he the last coach that we had here before Donovan?
Yes. Yeah, I think it went Vinny, Tom, Fred Hoiberg, and now Billy. Yeah.
And now Billy. And you know what? It's kind of funny. We're going to be joined by accredited sports journalist Robert Little for the second half of the show. So please make sure you stay tuned for that. He'll be joining us at the top of the hour as when we come out of break, and we're going to break down with Robert Little as well. But we saw a situation where the Denver Nuggets fired their head coach. The Denver Nuggets. Now let me put things in perspective for people, just to kind of understand what's going on. So I don't want people to think like this is just some random weird NBA thing. The Denver Nuggets fired their head coach, who has helped them win an NBA title. They're number 4th in the West with a 49-32 record and are making a playoff push again this year, if not trying to make a title run. And they fired their coach with just mere games left in the season.
Yeah, that was weird.
Big head scratcher, right? So why do I bring that up?
Big head scratcher.
I bring that up to point out the Bulls, who have Billy Donovan, who, like I said, is going to the Hall of Fame, rightfully so. He's not on no coaching hot seat whatsoever. He's doing just fine, and he's right where he needs to be. And I think sometimes it's about perspective of a coach as opposed to actually what's happening on play on the court or on the field. And it goes back to why I have lamented how important coaching is. And that's why I brought that all up to bring it back full circle to give Billy Donovan his flowers for showing that not only did he keep a team going that had supposedly traded away their best player, but he also kept them motivated, he kept them interested in the season, and he kept them fighting. And that's why a guy like Billy Donovan is going to the Hall of Fame, and that's why he's still the coach of the Chicago Bulls, even though Billy Donovan has not ever won an NBA title. And that's exactly why a guy like Mike Malone, who did win an NBA title, was let go for the Denver Nuggets. Coaching matters, Blake. Coaching matters.
Coaching definitely matters. And man, the NBA is such a cruel world for coaches. I mean, we've seen some really good coaches get fired. I mean, we saw Mike Budenholzer with the Milwaukee Bucks after his championship. He got fired. We've seen Frank Vogel after winning a championship with the Lakers. He gets fired. And now Mike Malone gets fired. So to have a coaching stability with the Bulls, I mean, you could play devil's advocate and say, well, he's just a yes man for Jerry. But you can also play devil's advocate and say, well, I mean, if Billy's checking all the boxes, and yes, he hasn't won, but gosh, he does not have the same rosters Mike Budenholzer or Frank Vogel or even Mike Malone. I mean, we haven't had a Nikola Jokic type player
whatsoever.
There's something to say about there's something to say about stability and something to say about how you manage a team and manage a locker room, because it seems like that was why Malone got fired, was that they weren't receptive to his coaching style. And people get this misconstrued between college and the pros, is that in college you can kind of get away with being a little more demonstrative, being a little more demanding of your players, because they're not making millions of dollars. They still have to make it to the next step, and you're a big catalyst to why that happens. But when you get to professional basketball, these guys are making millions. They're grown adults. So someone who is your same age, and sure, he might be your coach, but he's definitely not your boss, is getting all up in your stuff, people aren't so receptive to that. So credit to Billy Donovan for being a receptive head coach and being a decent players coach, because I feel like if he wasn't, then you wouldn't see a Bulls team playing as hard as they are right now. Like you said, a team that hasn't just mailed it in, a team that still has hope, a team that still has belief. And whether that's false hope or false belief, don't tell these guys that, because Josh Giddey and Kobe White are playing out of their minds. And that's what makes this play-in at least interesting and exciting enough for a guy like me to tune in who hasn't watched a ton of Bulls basketball this year. You know, we catch the highlights and we catch the games when it's on national TV, but I don't have that Marcus Mack Fubo TV like you do.
Man, Fubo.
So I'm not watching, you know, so I'm not watching every game, but I'm excited to watch what happens next week.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the crazy part about it. I didn't really get interested in this team until Zach LaVine was let go. I did not get interested into this team until I actually started to see young guys actually like, okay, these guys, wow, they're actually putting forth some effort. They really can play. I mean, I'd literally written Patrick Williams off, and now all of a sudden he's like turning into a sixth man for the Bulls and starting to play a key role for them. And we're definitely seeing a beautiful ascension of Montez. I mean, they hats off. You could not have done this kid's development any better than the way it's gone this season. And like I said, as much as I have dumped on them, and I have dumped on the Bulls hard, so I am going to give flowers when they have proven me wrong or done something that I did not expect. Bucella's growth has been amazing, from him hitting the big shot the other night in a key game that they needed, to him playing last night 32 minutes, dropping 20 points, being a big difference maker. He was a plus 12 on the court, 3 of 6 from 3 for 3 from the free throw line, 4 assists, 6 rebounds, and he had 3 blocks. Only 2 turnovers for a rookie. That's the production I'm talking about. And if you remember how it started, Bucella's was in the G League. He was in the G League, and everybody was like, what are you doing? What did Billy Donovan, what is going on with Why do they got Bucella's in the G League? Because he needed to play. Because he needed to play. And to start out the beginning of the season, he was not going to get that said play, especially with Zach shoot the ball every time I touch it, LaVine. And therefore, he wasn't getting the key time he needed. And then what happens? They give him the confidence down. I remember it was one game, and I can't recall it exactly, but I know it was early in the season, and he had a big monster game in the G League, and it was like, whoa. You know what I mean? It was like everybody all of a sudden was like, wait a minute. Got to put a little notice on this. Right. And then the move of Zach LaVine, and then they made the smart decision to put Patrick Williams on the bench and bring him in as a sixth man, because Patrick is just not aggressive enough. And that's just facts. He's just not. He's not aggressive enough. And I just love how they have built around this young kid. And if they continue on that, that's the type of thing that will turn this around. Being able to develop young talent, get the most out of them, and if you can get one of them to turn into a superstar, or like I say, draft or sign, the Bulls are a different team next year. And so this, what I thought was a down, seems now more like a springboard, Blake.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier in this segment, we sometimes underestimate the value of meaningful playoff experience. I draw the comparison more to football, because, you know, we talked about the Bears last segment, but even like last year when we talked about the Bears, we said, you know, if the Bears can get to the playoffs, it would be monumental for getting that experience. Like Jay Daniels got a ton of playoff experience, and that I think that will propel him next year into having a solid season. I'm a huge Jay Daniels fan, so I don't like to hate on him because I like his game. Not the point though. We're talking about basketball. So this year, if we can get Montas Buzelis, if we can get Kobe White, if we can get Josh Giddey in the playoffs, that's huge for years to come, because, like I mentioned last week, like how far away, you know, before SGA turned into an MVP level player, he was 25. He's 26 now. Josh Giddey and Kobe White are still so young, so get them some meaningful playoff games. And people forget last year, Kobe White in the play-in game think he had 38 points. I think he even had 40.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had a great game. So when these big games arise, and you have a guy like Kobe White who maybe he turns 26, 27, he goes, man, I've been here before 3 different times. Let's go on a playoff run. That's super important. And we saw it with Derrick Rose back in the day. I mean, there were a couple playoff stretches where, they had to get their teeth kicked in by the Cavaliers as an AC. I think that was back in like maybe 2010. I'm digging deep into my Bulls brain here. But then you had the years, I think 2012 or the couple years after, where they made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals. The last time they were in the Eastern Conference Finals because Derrick Rose had been there before. And it took a super team and LeBron James guarding Derrick Rose one-on-one to stop him. So let's see if Kobe White can put Kobe White and Josh Giddey, I want to respect them both here, put together a good plan, get to that 8th or 7th seed because they can really end either, and then go get your teeth kicked in by a team that is obviously way better than you.
Get that experience.
But maybe you go get that experience. I think that is something Bulls fans should, look at the series within the series here, the season within the season. Go get. It sucks to say, but go get your teeth kicked in by a team that's way better than you. I think that'd be a good ending to this Bulls season for a season that's largely been disappointing.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like disappointing at first, but now has turned around somewhat. And the Bulls they were always this whole season they've been exciting to watch. That's one thing I cannot take credit for. Take credit away from them. They are not a boring team. They're not a boring basketball team. They are very exciting. A lot of energy out there. A lot of movement. Billy Donovan's really got them playing with pace and space. So it's a good brand of basketball. It's just we know that it has a ceiling. And that's where the disappointment comes because you want more. You're like, okay, you can make the playoffs. Now I want you to, be able to play against the big dogs and try to make a championship run. And we know that was where the Bulls are just not at quite yet. And that's where the disappointment kind of sets in. But like I said, for them to be able to push through the way they have, I really, really have to go back on my words because I thought that they were cashing in after Zach LaVine was gone. I questioned why they kept Vucevic. I'm like, why do you have Vucevic on this team? You're clearly going for draft picks, and they proved me wrong. And Vucevic has been a key cog for the Bulls in this postseason run that they have put together. And it will be exciting regardless of the outcome of them in the play-in tournament, and if they can win that to go in the postseason. We do know this much: we're gonna at least get to see some exciting brand of basketball. On the other side of the conference, it has just been an absolute slugfest. As the East is pretty much set and done. We know we got the Cleveland Cavaliers at 1, Boston Celtics 2, New York Knicks 3, Pacers 4, Milwaukee Bucks at 5, Detroit 6. Shout out to Detroit for making a resurgence. Orlando Magic 7th, Atlanta Hawks 8th, Bulls 9th, Miami 10th. And then on the other side, this is literally going to go down to the final game of the season to determine the final seeding in the West, as Oklahoma City, Houston, and the Lakers have locked up the top 3 seeds. But Denver, Clippers, Golden State, and Minnesota are all 1 game difference that could swing how their seeding is going to work. The play-in tournament for the West is set. Grizzlies, Kings, Dallas are finishing out the bottom. But even with that, the Minnesota Timberwolves are, like I said, and Golden State are still battling. They got this 1 game to decide who's going to be the 7th team and who's going to be the 6th team and not have to participate in the play-in. So that's going to be something to watch. So it's a lot of excitement on both sides. It is nice that the Bulls are in these conversations rather than not. It's just I'll be disappointed when the draft comes up and we're having a different conversation.
Yeah, the playoff basketball is upon us, and it's a long season within the season. I think I was talking with one of my customers the other day at my day job. We were talking about the hockey playoffs and how long it is and how grueling it is. And really, once the regular season ends, I mean, you have another 2.5 months to reach your ultimate goal. And especially in the NBA growing up, I always thought that was really fun. As the weather warmed up, and at that point the Bulls were good, mid to early 2010s when the Bulls were really stringing together some playoff runs with Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah. It's a fun time to be in. It's unfortunate that the city hasn't had that feeling in a while. like we said, optimism to come, but a long season still to come for a lot of these NBA teams.
Yes, and you know what? We're going to be here for it. We're going to have our popcorn and we're ready. Chicago Bulls, we support your push. Once again, like I said, they got one last game against the Philadelphia 76ers tomorrow at noon. Make sure you check that out and then get ready for playoff basketball. When we return from break, we will be joined by accredited sports journalist Robert Little. Robert Little will be on to talk with his basketball, NFL draft. And after that, we're going to be talking a baseball, baby, as we've got to talk about the Cubs and the Sox and their season has been going. The Sox did something shocking yesterday. They won a game. Whoa, baby. Let's not get out of control. Once again, this is The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. Let's go.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Trump says preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is a goal of today's diplomatic talks with Iranian officials. More from White House correspondent Greg Clugston traveling with the president.
When it comes to Iran, the president says the goal is simple.
I want Iran to be a wonderful, great, happy country, but they can't have a nuclear weapon.
The president says he prefers a diplomatic solution, even as he warns that Iran will face great danger if talks don't go well. Greg Clugston traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Are those talks underway today in Oman involving Iran's foreign minister and the U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, and the president has repeatedly threatened to unleash airstrikes targeting Iran's nuclear facilities unless a diplomatic arrangement can be achieved. A deadly crash raising new concerns about the safety of New York's helicopter tours. Here's correspondent Ron Taylor.
A helicopter crash that killed 6 in New York City has renewed concerns about the safety of the popular sightseeing excursions. Longtime opponents have revived calls for outright banning non-essential helicopter flights in the city. Since 2005, 5 helicopters on commercial sightseeing flights have fallen into the city's rivers.
That is Ron Taylor reporting. A former Trump campaign advisor says Democrats will lose the 2026 midterms if they insist on taking the wrong side of the so-called 80-20 issues. Tim Murtaugh says there's one political saying he's held for years.
May you always be blessed by having terrible politicians as opponents.
Something he accuses Democrats of being, despite an embarrassing loss in 2024.
If Donald Trump is on one side of an issue, the Democrats reflexively pick the other side.
The problem is for Democrats, Murtaugh says that when it comes to those 80-20 issues, they have what he calls a
amazing knack for picking the 20. Every single time.
Murtaugh spoke this week with the Salem Radio Network. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straightforward get facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Lisa Dwyer reports there may be a pullback on less polluting buses for school kids.
Hundreds of school districts around the United States may have to abandon plans to acquire electric buses after an EPA freeze on funding. Some districts who already bought the buses have not yet been reimbursed and wonder if they ever will be. That sparked panic and confusion in districts that must find other ways to cover the costs or delay or cancel their purchases. The freeze also hits companies building and selling the buses. The push for electric buses has long had bipartisan support, with many arguing the transition will help the environment and benefit the health of children while saving districts money over the long run. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Tesla officially launched this week in Saudi Arabia. It's the latest chapter in the company's global expansion efforts. The Middle East country's extreme heat, however, could pose a new challenge for those electric vehicle batteries. Breaking news at townhall.com. Some light moments at the White House yesterday, compliments of pesky wildlife.
The first episode took place early in the morning when Fox News correspondent Peter Ducey was a momentary perch for either a pigeon or a mourning dove, which cooed and attempted to land on his head during an outdoor live shot from the White House driveway. Later, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about Ducey's condition, and she announced the following breaking news, which many ordinary homeowners might identify with.
I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing room earlier today, so I'm hoping somebody checked in on that, as I'm hoping it doesn't run up here and distract me.
For his part, Ducey would later report a number of White House agencies reached out to him, including the Interior Department. George Williams, Washington.
J.P. Morgan's net income rose 9% to $14.6 billion in the first quarter. And the New York Bank beat Wall Street's profit and revenue targets in the process. You'll find more of these stories at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Bob Agnew.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go. Brother Blake, what's going on? Let's keep this going. I believe we might be joined by Brother Robert Little. Brother Robert Little, are you there? Robert Little, are you there? No, we do not have Robert.
We had trouble last time with him, too, I remember.
All right, we got him now. He's going to actually dial in. I pulled him up and was able to get him connected, so we'll just wait for him to dial on in, and we'll sit and talk with him. Here we go. Robert Little is in. Robert.
How you guys doing today?
Welcome, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah. I was waiting on you guys to call, and I was supposed to call.
No. That was my bad. And I'm like, wait a minute. Let me make sure. I'm like, I think he's waiting on me. So thank you very much for joining us here on the call-in line. Once again, it's The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410. We are joined by accredited sports journalist Robert Little. Robert, so first order of business. What the heck happened out there in Denver?
Yeah. Denver doesn't normally get the drama that you get in L.A. or Chicago or New York, but it seems like they had a little soap opera going on a little reality show drama going down there. And you know, when it's just like a marriage. If you and your wife are not aligned, you know, the kids are going to suffer, right? In any sport, if the owner, the GM, the coach, if the alignment is off, eventually it trickles down to the players. And you know, you guys have seen that in Chicago a lot. And you know, we're finding out now that the owner, Calvin Booth, and Mike Malone, that alignment has been off for a while, and Jokic has been masking it because he's so good. But they got to a point where, you know, the marriage, the only way to save the kids was to break up the mom and the dad. So, and that's what I think happened. I think instead of choosing one and picking sides and maybe still have a splintered locker room, you just like say, hey, I'm going to get rid of both of them, and if you don't get your stuff together, you might be next. That's true. And, you know, here's the crazy part about it, Robert. We've seen this before. Now, I'm not going to say that the breakup was at the level that happened in Boston, but remember, Udoka, if I'm saying the name correctly, I don't want to pronounce it wrong, who's now the coach of the Houston Rockets. Udoka was coaching a very good and talented Boston Celtics team. This team that would go on to win the championship last year. Udoka was the guy that was originally coaching said team. He got into a big no-no with upper management, and we saw all of a sudden Udoka was getting fired. Now, I'm not saying that it's on that level of conspiracy, but we know that it doesn't matter how good of a coach you are, doesn't matter how good your team is playing, if you upset that partner, and I just, like you said, Malone not being on the same page with the owner is what ultimately cost him a job when he was a championship winner. Yeah, you know, and the owner came out and talked, and I thought it was very enlightening because a lot of times these owners hide and you don't know what they're doing. They don't want to talk to anybody unless they're Jerry Jones. He talks every day. But he came out, and when he came out, he said two things that I thought was interesting. He said he had been thinking about doing this for a while, but every time that he thought about doing it, they're going a little bit of a winning streak, and that kind of masked what the problem was. But the second part that was really interesting to me was he said that he had to do it right now before the playoffs because he was concerned that Jokic and the team in general, you know, they're talented too. They would go hot. They would get hot. And if they got hot and say, you know, they got to the Western Conference Finals, it would look a little weird then they got to the finals. They won the whole thing. You can't fire nobody then. You know what I mean? And he had made up his mind this is what he wants to do. It's like you make up your mind you want to get a divorce, but you go on that last trip to Cabo, you know, and then your wife is looking good in the bikini and everything is good, and next thing you know, you say, well, it's not too bad, you know, maybe I should give it another shot, and you get back home, and a couple of months into it, you're like, hey, man, this is still not working, you know, for me, and I think that's what he's like, you know, if we're going to get hot, I'd rather get hot, you know, fresh, and then, you know, give the job to Adelman and find a GM after that. I don't want these two anymore. I don't like these two individuals running my team, and so I had to do it now before Jokic started going on these 60-point triple-doubles and Jamal Murray comes back and hitting game winners. I mean, I don't know if you saw the game last night. Oh, yeah. I mean, they were losing for the majority of the game, and then it just went into Jokic and Jamal mode that we've seen plenty of times before, and that's the scary fourth quarter Denver Nuggets that we have been used to that we haven't seen much this year. Yeah, and you know, I believe that's why Udoka was let go the way he was, because the fear was if we keep this guy, this team is so talented, if they go out and they win, now he has to stay the coach. We got to make this move. It's too embarrassing for the organization. And trust me, what he really did he deserve to get fired from? Come on, everybody, you know, does what he did. And not to say like everybody, but you know, it's a common thing. And if you don't know, read about it. I'm not going to bring it up. But come on. but we know, but this much I do know is that
Udoka was a proven coach. He was proven, and this team was on the rise. And it was like, let's make this move now, because if they go on a heater, what can we do? And it's going to look even worse now if we try to move on from said coach. And so I definitely do believe that was a big motivating factor. At first, it did kind of catch me off. But once I kind of heard that put in perspective that way, Robert, it was like, you know what? Yeah. Because make no mistake about it, the Denver Nuggets are a championship contender this year. They're fourth in the West. They look good, and they've got a very good nucleus that's a championship-proven nucleus.
Yeah, the West, I mean, besides Oklahoma City, all those teams are about the same. I mean, the records spell it out. To me, that means any of them, under the right circumstances, could make a run. And I think the Nuggets, if they're just looking in the mirror, they're like, hey, man, we haven't been healthy all year. Aaron Gordon hasn't been healthy. Jamal hasn't been healthy. Even Jokic has missed a little more time than what he's used to. He'll still maybe, get 50 wins out of this. And we've won a championship. But I always say when you've won a championship, in the back of your mind, you're thinking we could turn it on. We could flip a switch. I don't know if it's too late, for that. I don't know if the firing is going to put something in their back. But I mean, I think they have as good a chance as any to get to the Western Conference Finals at least, and you're probably going to have to get through Oklahoma City at some point. But they're kids. I mean, and you've won a championship, so I think they would like their chances.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that great analysis and breakdown, Robert. I want to switch gears for a second and turn to the NFL draft. Me and Blake were talking about this earlier, the implications that it could have for the Bears at number 10. And one of the lightning rods that I feel in this draft that could definitely it could change the trajectory of this draft is Shedeur Sanders. What have you heard about Shedeur? Do you believe Shedeur Sanders will be picked in the top 10?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me tell you what I've heard first, and then let you know. This happens, a lot, during draft season with the brother quarterbacks. You really have to take out the noise, because there are a lot of people with an agenda out there to make sure that they get their name out there in the public, get their TV, their views, the radio shows, get the ratings, and will say pretty much, anything. I've heard, for the most part, the same thing is that if he was in a different draft, it would probably be a late first, early second if it had stronger, quarterbacks available. But because this draft does not, that kind of pushes him up a little bit. A lot of people feel like, he has, the skills to be a starter, but more in that second round, late first round type of vibe. But because, quarterbacks are a premium, that he may move up into the top 10, I think it's very simple for Shedeur. If he doesn't go to the Saints, which I believe are at 9, there's going to be a fall. And then what's going to happen is he's going to start falling, and then we've seen this before. Somebody's probably going to jump back into the first round toward the end of it so they can get him on that 5-year contract and take him. And he's going to end up going to probably a good team that maybe has a decent quarterback, but not like a franchise, maybe a Steelers or somebody.
I definitely think the Steelers will grab him. If he falls to 21, he will not get past Pittsburgh.
Yeah, or, it's something to the fact, like, let's say the Giants, for whatever, don't take him early, and he starts falling. They see a way to come back. I remember the Ravens, the Ravens passed up Lamar Jackson.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Remember? And so it wasn't like he was their guy, but he just kept coming, and they're like, let's jump back. We drafted one guy, let's jump back in and get him at the end, and that's how they ended up getting him. Even though people, when they originally drafted, which I think was like in the early 20s, people were like, maybe they'd take him here. They didn't. And he just kept falling. So, if you're a team that's up there, like, say, the Browns, or that you don't feel comfortable taking them in the top 5 or the top 10, maybe you see how far it goes, and, okay, he's dropped to 20, 22. I got a couple of second-round, third-round picks. Let me jump back up in here, and I can get him cheaper and still on this 5-year contract. So
that's actually a smart move, yeah.
Yeah, so I say it's well, I was going to say, I was thinking he was going to fall outside the top 10 until I saw Derrick Carr's shoulder had exploded. That leads me to believe that the Saints, unless they really like, because, somebody else, I didn't ever thought Derrick Carr was any good to begin with in the first place. But at 9, if they like Shedeur, I think 9 is a good spot to take him. And especially, I mean, you don't have a quarterback right now. And I think Kellen Moore is a good coach for a talent like Shedeur.
Yes, that is a great point. I think it's a good spot. I mean, they've got a decent roster in place. It's not like the cupboard is bare, and I believe he could come in there and he could learn and fit in, and the expectation isn't high. No one is expecting the Saints to make the playoffs this year, anything like that, so therefore he could just kind of come in, learn, and get better and progress, you know?
And the fan base is good for him.
Yes.
You know, coming from HBCU, Deion Sanders, New Orleans, I think that's a good fit.
Yeah, great fit. Robert, I want to ask you finally, last one that we got to talk about, the Chicago Bulls. What has been your thoughts about this postseason resurgence? Because we know that once Zach LaVine was traded, everybody believed the Bulls were mailing it in. And yet now we see the Bulls are in the postseason and in the play-in tournament. What do you think? As you be, I know like us, obviously, we're kind of homers. You kind of being more a little bit on the outside. Well, yeah, big time homers. What do you think of Kobe White? And then followed by Josh Giddey.
Yeah, you know something? The same thing. When you trade your what's been your star player for a while, I think two things happen. Either you do just go in the tank, or it's kind of liberating because maybe they've been holding you back because of injuries or attitude or whatever it may be. And other people get an opportunity to shine. And how those players take those opportunities, I think that's what you're looking for is management and coach. And now you got to start Kobe White. I saw him when I've watched. He played the Lakers a couple of times, played Denver, and some national television games that I got to see out here in LA. He seems to move at a different speed than everybody else.
Doesn't he?
And it's you see that from Allen Iverson. You see that from Ja Morant. His speed. And now his ability to shoot, when you combine that together, it's a real scary, proposition. And I see all-star. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know what clicked. You guys would know better than me. But whatever clicked, when I saw him play out here, I'm like, this guy may be the best guy on the court. And he's on the court with LeBron and Jokic and Luka. And this guy just flying around, shooting threes, getting to the foul line. I mean, he looked like a little Allen Iverson with a big afro out there. And it was really surprising. And I think, Josh Giddey's always had, he wasn't going to get that opportunity at Oklahoma City. It just got too many players. And he had that controversy, last year that I think kind of put a little damper on his progress. He gets out into Chicago, people give him a fresh start. Everybody moves on to different controversies. And he gets the minutes, he gets the opportunity, relaxes. And now you're kind of seeing why, someone his size with his skill, his kind of basketball IQ, and you're like, okay, we got another one of these. So, having young kids, and I think I'm not a big fan of the play-in tournament, but having the opportunity to get a little bit of playoff experience, even if they don't make it to the first round, it kickstarts them for next year. Maybe you see them make a move, make a jump like the Pistons did this year, where they got a little bit of a taste of what they could be in the talent, and then they take off.
Yeah, no, that's it. Once like you say, you get a little bit of taste, and then you take off. Now, I gotta hold you to because we're getting ready to have some NBA playoffs. So I know it's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna make you predict a championship winner, but tell me who do you believe is going to be facing off Eastern and Western Conference, and tell me why.
I'm pretty confident in Oklahoma City. I mean, they did really good the entire year, and I mean, I'm talking about like belt to booty. Good. Like, and then they're healthy, and they got probably the MVP. Everything is set up for them. I think the West is good, but it's a little watered down. They beat up all these teams on the bottom and beat up each other, and they've been pretty fresh. I think Boston. I don't think the East is very strong. I know the Cavs have had a really good year.
Are the Cavs legit?
I think they're legit. I think it took Boston a while. You know what I mean? They were legit. They would lose to the Heat or they're losing the finals. It's a journey sometimes. Yeah. And I think the Cavs are that first part of being that really, really good favorite team. And I think they're going to get to Boston and they're going to see it's a bit of a difference between a really, really good regular season team and a hardened playoff championship team. So I think it's going to be Boston and Oklahoma City. And it's going to be good. I think that'll be a good series. I think they match up well against each other. I think you can go, 7 games, and if you go 7 games, Boston's experience versus Oklahoma City's youth and just talent. Oh man, I would pay money to see that.
Yeah, I would too. And now we find ourselves this year kind of in a new territory for the first time in some time in the NBA where LeBron James and Seth Curry are not expected to carry the playoffs for the NBA. Yeah. Like they're not even really expected to get to the if now the Lakers do have a decent shot, but if they went against the Denver Nuggets, I would put the Denver Nuggets over the Lakers. So
but the great thing, and we're assuming that maybe the Warriors stay out of the play-in, is that LeBron and Steph are relevant because they're still the faces of the league. And they can elevate a young team. Let's say, they played the Rockets. They played Oklahoma City. They elevate that team, just like they elevated the Nuggets, on their runs, because they're faces, of the league. So it's good to have LeBron and them back in it, but it's also good that it's competitive. It's not a walk in the park. You added this Luka and you added Jimmy Butler. Anything can happen in the West. And I think if you're a television advertiser, you're probably like, this is great. This is what we want. And maybe we can get some of these people in the East to have some vision. But, I think at their ages, and pretty much any age, you need help, to get to an NBA Finals. You can't. I think LeBron has shown that you maybe can get there alone, primarily alone, but you can't win, by yourself against a very good team. They both have kind of some depth issues. They're top heavy a little bit, but the core is still there. And anytime Steph Curry and LeBron James steps on the court, they give their team a chance to win. Same with Jokic, same with Giannis, same with Tatum and Brown. Same with SGA now. So, hey, look, Kawhi Leonard's back. Real quietly. Kawhi Leonard's back. And everybody's scared of a healthy Kawhi. Everybody's been scared of a healthy Kawhi Leonard for a decade. He just hasn't been healthy. But he's back now. That's a little scary.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And finally, before we let you go, I know it's been thrown out there kind of a little bit this year, but there's really been no definitive kind of answer on it. Who is the new face of the NBA league? Is it Shea? Is it the young kid in Minnesota? Is it Wemby?
You know something? It's not going to happen until LeBron and Steph leaves. So I think it's difficult for any young kid to kind of establish himself as that while they're still around because they just overshot. They're huge. They're big. I don't know. What I've always told people is faces of the league is not so much, who's popular. It's who's winning. Steph wasn't supposed to be a face of the league, but then the Warriors got good. I mean, I wouldn't say, I think a lot of people know Jokic now. You know why? Because he wins. And he's doing triple-doubles for a center. I think
he's the best player in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, your play dictates if, Shea Alexander wins a title this year and gets that bump and say, LeBron and Steph retired in 2 years, he'll be on that trajectory. So they win 2 titles because, they're definitely set up to win multiple titles. You win 2 titles, you're going to be the face of the league.
Yeah.
So, and I think the same thing goes. Jason Tatum, they're young. They're still in their mid-20s, not even close to late 20s yet. If he wins another title, as soon as LeBron and Steph kind of step down, the same way it took Kobe stepping down, and Shaq stepping down, and Jordan stepping down, and Dr. J, and Magic, and Bird, once they step away, the next person just naturally comes. Just like it was naturally LeBron and D-Wade and Carmelo. They just naturally come the same way we're getting Shea and Jokic and Jason Tatum and Anthony Edwards. They naturally come, and somebody's going to step up when those guys, step back. It's just a matter who wants to grab the ring, so to speak.
Yes, indeed. Robert Little, we want to thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate you. You know you are a fan favorite and a friend of the show. You are welcome to come back and join us at any time. Let the world out there know where they can find you.
You can check me out at Black Sports Online. Obviously on Twitter at DSO if you want to talk to me directly, and I'm on all the other social spaces that you can check out. One thing I want to let you know, Mr. Mack, your boy is coming out with a book, hopefully by the end of the year. Fiction, a sports fiction, mystery, thriller, crime, murder book that I hope to be a bestseller. And I hope you let me come on your show and talk about.
Of course.
I'm not going to give you all the details right now, but it's if you like Jack Reacher and Mitch Rapp and you like Jason Bourne, I got a brother.
Let's do it.
Doing all of that in the book. We don't get these brothers out here reading, Mr. Mack.
Let's do it, sir. I am ready. My brother Blake Cowell is ready for it as well. We will be checking that out. Once again, we want to thank Robert Little for joining us on the call-in line. Robert, you have a great weekend, and we thank you for joining the show.
You too. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Once again, everyone out there, that was Robert Little, accredited sports journalist Robert Little, joining us here on Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410 AM. When we come back from break, me and Blake will be talking baseball. Don't forget that you can call us and join us and talk with us all sports on 847-931-1410. Hit us up on the hotline. We will talk to all. We love talking. Also, you can message us on the YouTube chat line. We are available to talk as well on the YouTube chat line. Make sure you hit us up. Blake, we know we got a lot of baseball to get into. It's been an interesting start to the season, to say the least. We know on one side of town it's been doom and gloom. On the other side of town, there's been a good deal of excitement up until late. We're going to talk about all these things and more here on the Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM. This is another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We hope all is enjoying the beautiful weather, the beautiful sun, and make sure you continue to rock with us here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack, and I'm joined by my co-host, Blake Cowell, here on WRMN 1410 AM. And let's continue to go, my friends. We left off with talking with Robert Little, as that was a great conversation with accredited sports journalist Robert Little. Today, we unfortunately, once again, was not able to have Sophia Blackburn. She's a tad under the weather, so we're sending our best wishes to the great Sophia Blackburn. She can have a speedy recovery. All right, Blake, this last segment, we got to talk the best part of all. We're talking some baseball. And we'll start out with the Chicago White Sox, who snapped let me make sure I got this correct. I believe it was a 8-game losing streak. Yes, it was. They stopped an 8-game losing streak yesterday with a big victory over the Boston Red Sox, 11-1, as the Bats finally came alive after 8 games of being quite dormant. It was a very nice sight to see. Chicago White Sox went to 3-10 and are back in the win column for the first time since they won against the Twins 9-0, and then would go on an 8-game skid. That last game, that was March 31st, the last time they won. So it's good to see them back in the column for the month of April. And, you know, we know it's going to be tough slugging for this team. I mean, honestly, sometimes when they roll up a lineup, it looks like they're rolling out a minor league baseball team. But at least they were able to get the victory. And once again, still goes back to what we were saying even last week. Shout out to Chicago White Sox pitching. It has been absolutely phenomenal. This is how the season has started for Chicago White Sox pitching. Game 1, 1 run. Game 2, 1 run. Game 3, 3 runs. They won against the Twins, no runs. Then they would go and they would lose against the Twins. Then they got shellacked a little bit. Pitching took it on the nose for about 4 games, 8-1, 6-1, 8-3, 74-72. And then all of a sudden, pitching comes back and wakes up again. 4-3 heartbreaking loss against Detroit in the last inning. A 1-0 loss to the Guardians again, and a 3-2 loss. 6-1 loss to finish out that series, but then they bounced back with an 11-1 victory over a pretty good Boston Red Sox team. If the Chicago White Sox pitching can continue on this path, I don't think it's as doom as gloom as people think. The hitting does have to wake up.
Tough one-score game when you can't score enough runs, but if you have good pitching, it's at least going to keep games exciting, and it's at least going to keep you in a lot of games. We've seen it with the Bears in past years is, even though they weren't winning a lot of games, they were still exciting games because they were close games because their defense kept them in a lot of them. It's kind of what you're seeing with the White Sox. Their defense is keeping them in games enough to keep it exciting. And over the course of 162 games, I think the longer you can prolong exciting games while also understanding your team's not very good, that'll keep fans engaged enough. And like we've talked in recent weeks, is this White Sox team isn't really going to be good enough, and they're in a rebuild and potentially a switching ownership here soon. I keep seeing rumors of the Phoenix Suns' current owner throwing his hat in the ring to potentially buy the team. So there is at least a little optimism now on the south side of what the future could hold for the team.
And now we see on the north side, the future is a little questionable somewhat. And this is exactly going back to why you said you were not ready to put the marriage ring on just yet. You said you had to wait. And yeah, season still early. Cubs sitting right now second in the Central, one game behind Milwaukee. They were looking really, really smoky hot. And then the last couple games, we've seen, baseball. I mean, they lost the last game of the series to Texas, the Rangers, and then they opened up against the Dodgers and lost 3-0, and they'll look to bounce back. That was yesterday, and they look to bounce back today. A game is at 8-10. Hopefully they can get back on the winning column, as we know the Dodgers have just been a thorn in their side right away and are going to be a thorn in a lot of people's side throughout the whole season. The one thing that I'm bringing up and that I was kind of hinting to, misfortunes, we see that Justin Steele is now having to go to the disabled list. I think it's just a 15-dayer, but that's still going to hurt the Cubs and cost them, as we know that their depth chart is not the strongest when it comes to starting pitching. How do you see this Justin Steele's injury affecting the Cubs long term?
Oh man, Marcus, this was the worst news of the week for the Cubs. They win a home series against the Padres, a home series against the Rangers, and then yesterday some bad news thrown on the Cubs. Justin Steele, after going 7 scoreless against the Texas Rangers in his first real good outing of the year, goes to the injured list, 15-day injured list with left elbow tendonitis. And Jesse Rogers of ESPN 1000 reported yesterday that the imaging wasn't really that good, and he's going to get a second opinion, which is even worse news because that usually spells Tommy John. And if it is Tommy John, then Justin Steele will be shut down for the season. So he's still in the 15-day IL as of today. Hopefully by the end of the weekend we see more of what that could be. I mean, Cubs fans have their fingers crossed that it's not Tommy John and not season-ending, although it is kind of briefly right now looking that way. I don't want to draw any speculations because I am, not a doctor, as most people know. However,
you're not?
If he is
what the heck, Blake?
Season, yeah, no, I'd be making a lot more money than I am now. But in this case, if he is out for the season, this is horrible news for the Cubs because not only are you losing a starting pitcher, but you are losing a leader on the team. I mean, you're losing, your team captain, one of your longest tenured members, and definitely one of your more vocal leaders. Ian Happ's not a very vocal guy. Kyle Tucker seems to be not a very vocal guy in the locker room. But along, too, with how we kind of spoke last week, this team is not – starting pitching is not their strength. They have depth, but it's not a lot of high-level depth. And now if you're relying on Shota Imanaga, who I love, and he had a rough outing against the Rangers, but not to take away from what he's done this season already, if you're relying on him to be the number one guy for an entire season and now relying on Matt Boyd, who also has injury history, to be kind of your number 2 and Jameson Taillon to be your 3, this rotation is now becoming quickly a bottom 10 rotation in baseball.
Ouch.
Just from those guys alone. And that could really hinder the Cubs' ability to be successful this year. So I am holding my breath on Justin Steele. I really hope it's just the second opinion comes back and it says yes, because he's dealt with tendonitis in the past. He's dealt with forearm tightness in the past. He's dealt with injuries in the past. I'm really hoping this just isn't the big blow that it's kind of looking like it could potentially be.
And we knew going into the start of this season that more than likely the Cubs were going to be shoppers rather than they were going to be buyers rather than sellers, and more than likely that thing that they were going to be looking to buy was either starting pitching or solid relief. And now that this has been dropped upon them, I think that in my opinion, if they want to continue to contend and they want to take the Central, you're going to have to find another avenue. You cannot think that Imanaga, without a viable number 2 behind him, is going to be enough when you're, like you say, leaning on a Matthew Boyd who's 34 years old, an unproven Ben Brown, and a Jameson Italian who's proved to be serviceable and decent, but he's not an ace by any means. Do the Cubs need to? I mean, it's right now. It's still early this month. Next month it won't be early anymore. Next month is May. Next month's when real baseball starts by everybody's metrics and just the way the style of play changes and attitude about the season. Do the Cubs need to say, hey, we need to do something now, or should they sit back and try to play it out until maybe June?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think most fans would agree with me when they should say do something now because, of course, as fans, we want to see our needs immediately met. Similar to any sport, if the season isn't going well, you want everyone fired, and if a player's doing well, you want them extended for life. As fans, we are very overreactionary, me included, me definitely included. I think in this case, the Cubs don't have to do that. I think that you can kind of see what this version of Matthew Boyd will look like because, even though the Cubs lost last night, he goes 6 innings, 3 earned runs, and 7 strikeouts. He pitched really well against the Dodgers and really made a couple bad pitches in that 6th inning that led to a Tommy Edman 3-run homer. So he pitched very well, and it's just, can he stay healthy?
Yeah, can he stay healthy?
Can he stay healthy? That's a big question for a lot of these Cubs players. But also, at least speaking from a starting rotation standpoint, you have Jordan Wicks, who I think was called up today. I know that he was on his way, but I don't think an official roster move has been made yet. I could see the Cubs looking for a value trade just because that's what they do. I don't see them going out and making the huge blockbuster for Sandy Alcantara yet. Now, if we get to May and if we get past May and get to June and maybe the Cubs are a couple games under, then again, like I've mentioned, Jed Hoyer is fighting for his job. Desperate guys will do desperate things. That's when I could see it. So I would give it a month and a half before they make the big splash play. Because, again, teams need to see if they're going to actually be competing or not. And when you get to June, you kind of see who might be a buyer and a seller. That's when those conversations start. That's a big part of this MLB season. It's a long season, as we mentioned, but there's a story to be told in every one of them. Buyers and sellers start getting identified. That's when you can kind of pinpoint what players could be on the move. So I don't think they're going to make a drastic, desperate move yet if the Justin Steele news comes back negative like everyone's kind of expected at this point.
Yeah, holding breath. And I know I seemed like a wild man last week, but I'm going to continue to be a wild man because I just think that you got to do something that moves the needle. And I just think that kid sitting there in Pittsburgh who's going to be nothing, they're already bottom feeding, find a way to free Paul Skeens. Get him in a Cubs uniform and go for it all. If you're big ball and Jed, you got nothing to lose and you got to lay it all on the line. And that kid changes everything for the Cubs. Everything. I know it's a pipe dream, but what else do you got? Throw the Hail Mary, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of that just has to go down to interdivision politics.
Yep.
Of just if you're going to get Paul Skeens, then you have to give up high-level talent that could burn you for years to come. So I understand why that's not really discussed or not really on the table. But like we said, as the season goes on, we'll identify teams that, like the Seattle Mariners, like they have not gotten off to a good start, but they have 5 really good starting pitchers over there.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if that name gets tossed around. Felt like all offseason, Nico Horner and the Mariners were a match made in heaven, or at least some offensive piece for the Cubs. Now they do have a lot of prospects to get by with trading for that. but the Seattle Mariners have 5 different, really effective starting pitchers. It's just a matter of Jerry DiPoto, general manager, our president of baseball operations over there in Seattle, is willing to play hardball, something that he wasn't willing to do all offseason. And now the Mariners are off to a 6-8 start, and he's finding out that, yes, you need offense to win in Major League Baseball, and the Mariners just don't have enough of it right now. That would be a team I'd keep my eye on. Keep an eye on a team like the Athletics, too. I mean, they have some pieces as well. We don't expect them to be successful down the stretch. But also keep an eye on the Minnesota Twins. There were some rumors being thrown around earlier in this offseason of Pablo Lopez. What would his availability look like? Now, again, another pipe dream just because it is still very early in the season, and teams aren't obviously going to give up on some of their rosters this early. But the Twins are 4-10 to start. Keep an eye on Pablo Lopez. The Cubs will have options. They have assets to do it. I just don't think the timing right now you'll see too many headlines.
Yeah, you're right 100%. It's like right now, you're playing a game of chess, but this injury is definitely something that's got to be kept an eye on. It's huge. It's not something to be downplayed. This is a big thing. He's a big part of the Cubs rotation. The one thing that I have liked about this season so far, though, is the Cubs have answered one thing for me as of right now. Now, will this continue? Like I say, health will play a big part, as we can see. But we've seen that the Cubs have been able to go up against the big boys so far of the MLB and hold their own. Now, obviously, the Dodgers have had their way with them, and I'm really hoping for a bounce back in these next 2 games when they're playing today and tomorrow against the Dodgers. Today at 8:10, tomorrow at 6 p.m. And we've seen them be able to compete with the big boys so far. They split with Arizona, took care of business with a bottom team like the Athletics, came and showed up against San Diego and took that series, showed up and took that series against the Rangers, who are also a really good team. And if they're able to take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, what then do we know about the Cubs so far in this middle of the April season?
Well, we know one thing: the rest of the season they should be facing a lot easier opponents because they're playing some of the best right now, and it's becoming, with every loss, it's frustrating. But with every series, it seems like we can subside. I always said if they can get out of April 500 or above, that is a great first month. Will I be disappointed if they're 1 or 2 games under? No, I definitely won't be, just because the schedule is so good. But you cannot start the season 5 or more games back from the NL Central lead, because that is just such a tough hill to climb. Yeah. Even with a long season, it's a tough hill to climb. Now the Cubs are right now tied with the Brewers for first place. I think if they can get out of April within 1 or 2 games of the Brewers, or even stay ahead of the Brewers, that's a huge win for this team. They started out hot. They have games against the Dodgers, and then they go back to they have the Dodgers, then they go to San Diego next, and then back home against the Diamondbacks. They'll be done with. Well, then they play the Dodgers again,
and then Philly,
and then Philly. So at the end of 2 weeks from now, they would have played the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Diamondbacks. They won't play them again for the rest of the season. So there's still just so much optimism with this team that they are playing as good as they are. They're playing good, but they're not playing great. Last night, Seiya Suzuki makes a bonehead move on the bases that shuts down what could have been an inning for them to score some runs. They're still making mistakes, but the fact that they're 9-7 right now, Cubs fans across the board should be super ecstatic for. And when the months of May, June, and July hit, and they're playing some of these lesser teams, that's when they really got to put their pedal to the metal and start stacking some wins here in the NL. Yeah,
they don't get a quote unquote schedule break until they face the Pittsburgh Pirates on April 29th. Every team that they've played outside of the Athletics has been a team that's made the postseason the last 2 years, if I'm correct. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I believe San Diego's made the postseason the last 2 years. I know Texas has. I know Arizona has. Dodgers, clearly, they were last year's champs. And Philadelphia. If they get through this month of April, 500 or above, I'm going to be a little bit closer to wearing that ring. A little bit closer, because the ring
will be purchased.
That has shown me that you can stand the rigors of the top echelon of the MLB because it's real. Hey, man, look, Athletics, I go smack them up. Oh, the Marlins, no problem. Hey, bring me Pittsburgh Pirates. Yeah, that's cool. Cincinnati Reds, no problem. Let me have them Rockies. Great. But what about when you're facing the Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks? How are you going to look? Philadelphia, the real top, the New York Mets, the real championship contenders. Because that's ultimately what we're talking about. See, there's two different stories being played out here. On the South Side, there's a story of, hey, just compete, try to be fun. We just don't want to watch pathetic baseball. But the Cubs story is different, brother. The Cubs story is playoffs and better. And what's better than the playoffs championship? And so if you're holding your own against the top teams in the league, I'm like, okay, yeah, let me look at that ring. Let me polish it off. I'm not ready to purchase it just yet, but boy, is it looking shiny, right?
Yeah, of course. And like we mentioned, a lot of this playoffs and beyond, all you got to do in the MLB is get to the playoffs. It's not like the NBA, like we said with the Bulls. Like, we know if they get in, they're going to get spanked. The Cubs get in, you just got to be hot for a month straight, and you could be finding yourself with a pennant or in the World Series. But again, a lot of this is going to it sucks that it's this early in the season, and I have to think about Justin Steele's health, but that's just where the team's at. And if he is out for the season, what will the Cubs do to pivot? That's just a big storyline right now. But, this offense is doing enough that pitching doesn't quite matter yet. But like any baseball team, there will be a stretch where that offense goes cold, and that's when pitching gets amplified, and that's what could potentially worry me in the future for the Cubs. I'm not going to worry about problems that aren't problems right now, because as fans, if you're not going to have fun when they're winning, then why are we watching anyway? And right now they're winning baseball games, so it's tough for me to find a reason to be too upset.
No, I mean, things are falling into place, and I got to shout out Kyle Tucker. Wow, what a pickup. He will be, if Kyle Tucker isn't re-signed, whoever, fire them all. I don't even care. Yeah. If that dude this was a brilliant move by the Cubs, and it has definitely propelled them. He has been a big difference maker. Has he been everything that you've wanted and then some?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we actually had a source off the other day on Twitter. Mike Rodriguez reported that the Cubs and Kyle Tucker were at the bargaining table talking out a potential extension, which we've heard before this season that probably wouldn't be the case, that he would go to free agency. And so when he reported this, that his sources were telling him, the internet obviously exploded, because that's what Cubs fans want. And then Jesse Rogers with ESPN came out and said, no, this isn't true. This is fake. This is just for clicks. So we don't know, and we know that Jed Hoyer keeps things tight to his chest. He works in the shadows and he works in silence. But I will say this about Mike Rodriguez is that he did tweet the Vladimir Guerrero extension was happening, and then it happened.
I think that was a great thing, too.
Kyle Tucker extension could be happening. Will it happen? I don't know. I hope it happens, obviously.
I think that was a great thing. That was a great thing that Vlad re-signed with the Blue Jays and didn't go to the Yankees or the Dodgers or something. I thought that was great to see. He stayed at home, stayed with the team organization he came up with, and now is looking to stay there and help them make dividends for many years to come. I think that's a great blueprint. I think that's really awesome for someone like Kyle Tucker to see. Like, hey, I need to put some roots down here as well. And it's really good for baseball. You just can't have all the talent on one team, even though it creates this enemy, this hey, we get to beat the evil empire. I do like the stars to be spreaded around. And so I definitely think that this was a great sign for Vlad, and I think it was a great sign showing that Kyle Tucker will have a great chance of re-signing with the Cubs.
Mm-hmm. We sure hope so, because Tom Ricketts will have some bad PR he's got to face if he doesn't bring back Kyle Tucker, because I think Jeff Passan reported it on a podcast with Ken Rosenthal, and it was Buster Olney and Jeff Passan, and Buster Olney asked and said, hey, where do you think Kyle Tucker signs? And he says, I got to give some hope to Cubs fans, because if Tom Ricketts doesn't sign Kyle Tucker, then why should Cubs fans have any faith that they will make any big move in the future? I mean, that's just the facts. That's just the truth about Chicago sports.
Yes, indeed. And you know, we love doing that, baby. We love bringing you the truth here all the time about Chicago sports, because that's the only way that you need it to be served. Once again, this has been another great week of talking sports. Brother Blake, I want to thank you for being able to join. We want to send a shout out to Sophia Blackburn to get better, and we hope for a speedy recovery. We want to thank once again our executive producer, Maddie Ice McNeil. We want to thank our programming director, Sonar Dennis Green, and also the boss man, Adino. Once again, this has been another great week on the Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We had On the Rise at 8 to 10, and then it was followed by our show, The Truth About Chicago Sports, every Saturday, 10 to 12. Make sure you tune in next week, as we're going to have more stuff to talk about. We'll be talking more draft stuff. We'll be talking baseball. The Bulls will be in the playoffs. Hockey will have started. Playoff hockey will have started. So we've still got a ton of sports going on every week. We just keep it going. Also, the WNBA draft is on Monday. Make sure you check that out. The Chicago Sky have the 10th pick in this draft. We'll be breaking that down as well. Brother Blake, I want you to make sure you have a great, safe weekend. The weather's out. It's feeling beautiful. Let's make sure we have a little fun and watch some sports, all right?
That's right. Yep, you have a good weekend as well. Good show as always.
Good show as always. Once again, we want to thank all of our listeners out there. We really appreciate you guys tuning in and checking us out. We want to thank all of our callers. We want to thank the people that checked in through the text. Jeff, yes, we will talk racing eventually. We will talk racing eventually, Jeff. I know you ask for it every week. We love when you check in. Once again, thank you to everyone out there who wants to have a beautiful weekend here at WRMN 1410 AM. This is the truth about Chicago sports. Have a good weekend. Let's go.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew.
cordoned off to keep residents and tourists away. There have been criticisms and protests over the government's handling of a 2023 train collision in northern Greece.
And that is correspondent Jennifer King reporting a helicopter crash that killed 6 in New York City has renewed concerns about the safety of the popular sightseeing excursions. Longtime opponents have revived their calls for outright banning what they see as non-essential helicopter flights in the city. You'll find breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Former Trump campaign advisor Tim Murtaugh predicts Democrats will continue to lose elections because he says they insist on taking the 20 side of 80-20 political issues just because President Trump is on the other side.
Now they're out there, they're yelling and screaming about the SAVE Act, which the House just passed, which of course does nothing except prevent foreign citizens from voting in American elections.
And Murtaugh believes Democrats will have a hard time winning next year's midterm elections if they continue basing their positions on opposing Donald Trump.
And we talk about 80-20 issues where 80% of the people see things one way and only 20% see it the other way. The Democrats have this amazing knack for picking the 20 every single time just because Trump is on the other side and he's on the 80.
The U.S. House rethinking its voting rules after a push from some Republicans to allow voting for new parents, proxy voting. This is SR.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Six Bayonets, comrades, this is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Paul Burvitt and Mike Tuman every Saturday noon to 1, except today it's noon to 2. We got to fill in until the White Sox come on. And WRMN 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Just go to that webpage there and hit the listen live, and you could just listen in. Then you could also watch us on the YouTube channel, WRMN 1410's YouTube live channel, which we will be on right now. Or you call in at 847-931-1410. You could text us at the magic New Mexico number, 505-926-1410, and hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live. All right, so let me get this shout out there because I promised the boys at Dunkin' Donuts Veterans I would do it. So every Tuesday, if you're a veteran or you have something associated with a veteran or you just want to sit in and visit us, every Tuesday morning in Niles at 7039 West Dempster, just east of Harlem, from 9 o'clock to about 10:30. I don't think we've ever went later than 10:30 unless we've had some big speakers there. It's the Dunkin' Donuts Veterans. You don't have to join. You don't have to pay any money. You don't have to give your name on a list. But if you're a new guy, you come in and you can say the Pledge of Allegiance in front of lead everyone in the Pledge of Allegiance and tell us your story, and we'll give you a big welcome home. The other thing, another guy passed on for me. I guess he's from the Rotary Club, but this is to support something called the Honor Flight. Maybe people have heard about it, but Wednesday was the 120th Honor Flight from Chicago, the Chicago Honor Flight. These are all over the country, and shout out to Cleveland Dennis because it was actually, though, Columbus, Ohio, that started this, where they would take veterans and fly them to the District of Columbia and take them on a tour of the war memorials. And it's really good. They really treat these guys real well. My cousin asked me to go along as like his assistant, And I had to go to training for that, and I went, and it was a very unique experience, and these veterans really liked it. So they're asking for, they said that they're 2 years out. It's almost 2.5 years out. So if you apply to go now, and they're taking everyone Vietnam era and before. If you apply to go now, you probably won't see a seat on one of the aircraft for 2.5 years. However, if you are a Korean War era or a World War II era veteran, then they will put you on a seat right away. They'll bump someone, put you on a seat right away to get out there. And you don't have to be a combat veteran. You don't even have to be gone overseas. All you have to be is a veteran. That includes the Vietnam era veterans. So anyone that didn't go to Vietnam or maybe went to Germany during that time or even Korea, you can still apply for it. But for you guys, it'll probably take 2.5 years to get on that. For Chicago, I hear that Milwaukee is a little easier. Lake County, there's some other ones, but it was a good time. It's well worth it. It's a charitable organization. You could find the link to it. You should. No, I haven't put the link up on my webpage yet. All right, so I got that out of the way. And Paul, I want to talk about today, and it really, my brain starts ticking on this stuff. The firing or retiring of senior officers or officers in the military by the president, because it just came out in the press, and it's like a big thing. And I'm like, oh, a colonel got relieved. Oh no, that's an 06. The officer ranks go from 01 to 010, and the second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, and then boom, you got the 7 right there, a colonel, a full board colonel. Then you have 08, which is a brigadier general, 09, which is a lieutenant general, is a major general. 09 is a major general. 010 is a brigadier general. Maybe I'm losing count. 7, 8, 9. 10 is a lieutenant general, and 011 is a 4-star general. 012, I guess, would be the 5-star, but we have not seen a 5-star since Omar Bradley. All right, so when you're talking about the grand scheme of things, 07 isn't really high up, but it is a rather high rank. All right, it's called the senior field grade. You have company grade, field grade, senior field grade, then flag officers. All right, so the colonel, you have to make colonel before you pretty much make flag officer, except in the Guard. All right, so this Space Command colonel, commander of a base, Space Command base in Greenland got relieved for cause. And the press seems to be all in a big whippy-do about it.
Well, before we get into that, though, I'd like to say something. Next week is actually next Saturday is a very important day, and it's the 250th anniversary of the beginning of the American Revolution with the battle at Lexington and Concord. And I think that's important to remember in light of our topic today, because the military has been the backbone and the protector of our nation now since actually before our independence. And people forget about that. So April the 19th, 1775, the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. And another important aspect is it's 151 years or so, 151 years since the basically the Civil War. So next week is an important time to remember. But you are exactly correct. It's interesting, though, because by my count recently, there's been 12 of these. And she's just the last one. But the information that the press is putting out there relates back to a speech she gave on, listen to this, Women's Equality Day in 2015.
Well, that's what the press is saying. But what it really comes back to is an email that she sent out across the whole base through the U.S. military's email system to everyone on the base. And I didn't exactly read it. I don't need to. It's just that she does not agree with President Trump, and she let everyone know that. And I'll discuss why that is an extremely bad thing to do.
Right. And so she's just the last of about 12. And what the military is saying, which is their catch-all, is due to a loss of confidence in the ability to perform leadership duties. And that's exactly what ties into the email, because and I think yesterday there was the command for the base securities, both the officer, the commander, and also the command master chief were both relieved of duties, and they've been in their positions for less than a year. And then you have this Colonel Susanna Mayer, and then you have, about a week ago, the Vice Admiral Shona Chesterfield from NATO. And then in the recent past, there's been the Admiral Linda Fagan, the Commandant of the Coast Guard. Then you had the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, C.Q. Brown. Then you had Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the Chief of Naval Operations. Then you had General James Sleef, the Vice Chief of Staff for the Air Force. Then you have Lieutenant General Joseph B. Berger III, the Judge Advocate General of the Army. And then you have the Lieutenant General Charles Plummer, the Judge Advocate General of the Air Force.
Let's not forget the Joint Chief of Staff, General C.Q. Brown.
Yeah, I mentioned him. And then you have Lieutenant General Jennifer Short, who was the senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense. Then you have General Timothy Hogue, H-A-U-G-H, Director of National Security and the Cyber Command. So you have, it's about 12 since the last few months.
You know what I have to say to that? That's a drop in the bucket. Every change of regime reviews officers to see if they're going to carry out their policies. Because the last thing you need is to be carrying out policy and then have one of your senior military officers stop that and make problems for you and slow everything down. I think we've seen that with the judicial system, which is a separate branch. And the reason this is important is because the military doesn't fall under the judicial branch. It doesn't fall under Congress, although Congress has supervisory authority over it, especially when it comes to the promotion of these generals. Not the assignment of them, but the promotion of them. From colonel to general, that takes an act of Congress. All right? Except when it comes to the National Guard. It's kind of a little different story there, but to be federally recognized, you know, it's going to come to an act of Congress on that. So you cannot, the basic statement to understand is that people think military are decision makers. They are only decision makers in the absence of orders. So as a military person, you take orders. When you don't have any orders to follow and you need to take action, then you make a decision. Until then, you take orders, you follow your orders. You don't make decisions on your own that I'm not going to follow that order from above because you swore, all right, an oath saying you will follow all the legal orders of those appointed above you. And to even say that you're not going to do it or delay it, it is honestly, that's reason to be brought up on charges, I think. And just to be relieved of command is a nice way of doing that. And they could do it all sorts of ways. We know, I think two of the most famous generals to get relieved of their commands and big command, right, by presidents, you go back to Abraham Lincoln, beginning of the Civil War, right? And for like over a year, he had a General McClellan, who was a young guy, and honestly, he did very well in bringing the Northern Army up to strength and up to fighting thing. But then he stopped. He stopped for whatever reason, and he started getting in he started butting heads with President Lincoln, who was, from what I understand, the study in history, was very hands-on and extremely involved in the war. He was issuing like orders directly from, and McClellan wasn't following those orders or wasn't following them as quickly as Abraham Lincoln wanted, so he relieved them and replaced them with General Burnside. All right. Now, the other one, we go back to, we weren't even at war. We were at conflict in Korea. So Korean War, all right, so it wasn't declared. But we had a 5-star general back then, and his name was MacArthur. And we're in the Korean War, and he starts butting heads with President Truman over policy. President Truman didn't tell him how to fight the war, but there's policies involved. And he butted heads with President Truman, and it was pretty public. He got relieved by President Truman, fired him like on the spot, which is his authority to do. No one can stop him. No one can stop the president from firing any general, period. All right? They all work for him. That's why we have a civilian-red military. So then, all right, MacArthur comes back, gets a welcome home and everything. So this has happened, all right? And I think people have forgotten that other things have happened during other regimes. I don't know why I call it regime. Is there a better word than regime? Because regime sounds kind of bad. Words have meaning, words have connotations. But McChrystal, remember McChrystal? Stanley McChrystal? He was fired by Obama, and that was pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal, And here, what was it over? His disagreement with President Obama's policies. Right? He has no word in that. He's a general. He follows orders. There's someone above him that gives the orders, and if he doesn't follow them, if he's trying to make his own policy, that's not his job. That's not the way our military works. So you go up. Of course, Miley retires before he gets fired. That was pretty good. And then they just quickly threw that General C.Q. Brown in Miley's place. Right? And let's go back further here, a little further, with one of the Desert Storm's heroes back in the 90s, Norman Schwarzkopf. And this wasn't really publicized, but you have to infer this. You have to know a little bit about what happened to him. Right? So he just creams the Iraqi army, just pounds them senseless. He's the commander of CENTCOM, Central Command, which has Iraq. It used to have everything in the Middle East except for Israel. Israel fell under European command, but now it's under CENTCOM. Right? So he used to have command of all that. And he just stomps the Iraqi army, kicks them out of Kuwait, kicks them halfway back to Baghdad. And when it's over, when the fighting has settled down, he's doing a press conference and he's asked a question. All right, and this is how sensitive policy versus military is. And he's asked a question. Why didn't you go into Baghdad? Right? And he said, that wasn't my decision. And he came home to Heroes Welcome, and then he was offered the Joint Chief of Staff, not Joint Chief of Staff, the Army Chief of Staff position, which if anyone that's been to the War College knows, that's a demotion. So he was a combatant commander, one of the very few combatant commanders, and he answered directly to the Secretary of Defense. Now, you might say, oh, wait, Joint Chief of Staff. Nope. That Joint Chief of Staff is up there in an advisory position. He answered directly to the Secretary of Defense, who answers directly to the President. He is one step away, well, 2 steps away from the President of the United States when it comes to military actions. So what he should have said was, that was not the mission. That was not my decision, because that implies that he disagreed with that decision not to go to Baghdad. Because the war wasn't to topple Saddam Hussein. The war was to liberate Kuwait. There you go, all right? So he took a demotion, and he didn't take the demotion. He refused to take the demotion and retired. So it's like, they did it in a nicer way because he was a political, like MacArthur, all right? He was a political hot potato at the time because he had just won a glorious victory. And to fire him after he won a glorious victory is something. So now we have these officers here, and unfortunately, our system for the previous 4 years skipped 4 years, which is a hiccup, right? And then the previous 8 years, these officers had come up under a different type of a system, all right? They saw things, they didn't disagree with policy because they absolutely agreed with the policy of the regime at the time. Now the policy has changed. In some ways, it's changed drastically. And they feel that, how to explain that? You know how Snowden finds stuff that's illegal, right? And then he leaks it to the press, and then he flees to Russia, right? Well, they want their Snowden moment. They want to be seen as, oh, this person, they're so brave. They're so, they took it to themselves to go up against the president. I'm like, well, no, they're not really brave because they just flat out violated their oath. Flat out did it. And caused trouble and dissension amongst, that could be considered, okay, it's not sabotage.
Insubordination.
Not insubordination, sedition.
Oh.
That can be considered sedition because they're causing the troops to be demoralized or to have conflicts on the policy that they're supposed to carry out and enforce. That's why we have a State Department. That's why we have the president, all right? So the State Department goes in there internationally and does things, and then the president sets policy on that. When he sets that policy, his enforcing arm, what are you going to do? Send in a bunch of Peace Corps people to enforce it? No, you got the military, the U.S. military, grandest military in the world, to enforce the president's international policy. Enforce it, not question it. You're only allowed to question an illegal order, and you better be really sure that order is absolutely illegal before you don't obey it. So what do you think, Paul?
I agree with you. I agree with their job is not to question the administration, and what they're doing is they're trying to, without saying it, they're trying to point a light on another area, saying that would be where I would go, but without actually saying it, or in the case of the one woman, possibly saying it in an email. But they should speak with one voice, because that's what they're supposed to do, and only say what they should be saying and not give their opinion in what they're saying.
Yeah, and we're, when we deploy now, after the McChrystal fiasco, right? We had to go through additional 4 hours of training on how to talk to the press. Here's how you talk to the press. You don't. You talk to the press. You go, "Hi, Ma." Hey, I want to say hello to everyone back home. You don't. You don't carry out policy. You don't tell them how you feel about the policy. Anything. That's not your place. You're taking the man's coin. You signed the paper. You got sworn in. No one was drafted. No one was drafted. All right. Is there anyone left in the Army that had been drafted into Vietnam as late as 1972? So that would be 38 years of service at 18 years old. So that's 50. That's 56 plus 25 years. They'd be 81 years old. 81 years old as a. No.
Yeah, you're about right.
25 plus 56. Yeah, 81. This is 2025. Yep. That's how old they would be. At 18 years old, drafted in the 28, 46, 71 years old. They would be at least 71 years old. So I don't think any draftees are still in the military at that level, and they could have got out after 2 years. No one kept them no one kept them past the 2 years. So all volunteers. All right, so we're going to head to a break here. And we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you know. All right, so when we come back, I'm going to talk a little bit about, you know, with Norman Schwarzkopf, not with Norman Schwarzkopf, or about his situation, so you understand that even if he was assigned as people think that the chief of staff of the Army, who works for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is like, oh he's one step away from the Joint Chief of Staff. But I want to explain to you why that isn't true, because, you know, are you a paper tiger or are you a combatant, right? And
you know, his father, I think, was one of the heads of the New Jersey State Police, and he was involved in the Lindbergh kidnapping case, I believe.
Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah.
I haven't done any research on that, whether that was where they actually got the right people. You think they actually got the right people?
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Sometimes, if you're an eyewitness to it and you say, yeah, that guy did it, yeah, you could be sure. But, all right, off we go. We'll see you back in a couple minutes after these fine announcements. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo November Echo Tango.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today. And speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays, 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Okay, Fix Bandits, brothers and sisters, we're back for another half hour of this 2-hour day, so we're a quarter way through. And a shout out to Cleveland Dennis. Yes, Cleveland Dennis, the Iraqi army was pretty not what they were all cracked up to be in Desert Storm in 1990. However, you need to talk to the Marines that fought for the fought against the Republican Guard for the Kuwaiti airfield, the airport there. All right, so they did. The Republican Guard was hardcore and did stand and fight, and it was pretty brutal. All right, so Brendan, hi, how you doing? Glad to see you're listening out there, and yeah, all about the ladder for Lindbergh, but that's kind of a little off subject. So what we have, what I was talking about, is there are 4-star major commands, and they're not all equal. You have combatant commands, and you have functional commands, all right? So the main combatant commands, all right, are Africa Command, which is a newest one, and it kind of got rolled into Syncland, but that's going back, right? So Africa Command, which controls pretty much Africa, right? Central Command, which is the Middle East and Southwest Asia, all right? Then you have European Command, which is Europe and Greenland and Iceland fall under that, along with, like I said before, they used to have Israel, but now that's gone back to Central Command. All right. Then you have the Indo-Pacific Command, formerly known as PACOM, just Pacific Command, but they have like everything else: Southeast Asia, Australia, and Antarctica. That's what I think I just found out, because we got Little America and Antarctica there. And then right before you have Southern Command, which is everything south of Mexico. So in the Americas, so South America and parts of Central America. So Panama falls under Southern Command. In fact, Southern Command used to be headquartered in Panama. Now they're headquartered in Florida because we kind of left Panama. But that's a topic we talked about before, and we may be talking about it again. And then you have the second newest command, NORTHCOM. Before, we didn't have a command over the United States. We just had, you know, like the National Guard, and we had STRATCOM and stuff like that. But they codified it and made it into NORTHCOM, which is commanded by a National Guard officer. All right, so it's not a active duty command. It's the guy's on active duty, but he falls under the National Guard, and that's for Title 32 reasons. All right, so those are the combatant commands. There's other functional commands. Cyber Command is a functional command. Special Operations Command is a functional command. Space Command is a functional command. The Strategic Command is a functional command. And Transportation Command, which is a big one because it goes all over the world. Those are functional commands. They're all 4-star commands. And it's 4-star, not just Army. You know, these aren't Army commands. These are joint commands. That means any 4-star from the Navy, the Marines, the Army, or the Air Force can fill these positions. All right? The thing is that they don't hold any land. They're not defending any land. They're like in Cyber Command, they're defending virtual stuff. Space Command, it's kind of virtual again because we don't have any, space stations in space to defend. We're not defending the moon from anything. All right. So when the real thing, like I said, when you're one step away from the President of the United States, you go through the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States. The big one is in that combatant command. Those are the big ones you have. All right. And they are responsible for all sorts of stuff. It's like, I don't know how to describe the difference between the combatant commands and the functional commands. I mean, it's great to be in a functional command, and we look at someone like Eisenhower, who was really a staff officer, not a lot of combat experience on there, and he did a fantastic job organizing the war, which was a logistical war, so you think someone from logistics command could do it. So to tell someone that, we're going to reduce you down to a guy who's really, not in direct command, you're an administrator rather than being in command of troops. So if I'm chief of staff of the Army, I'm in charge of the Army, right? Just the Army. If I am the commander of CENTCOM, I'm in charge of all U.S. forces, all U.S. forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, SpaceCom now, and Coast Guard working under the Navy. I'm in charge of all them in my area, all of them. That's me. So I go across all these other things. All right, so to have these guys, I was supposed to look this up and I didn't. What is it the guy on the back of the chariot was supposed to be whispering into Caesar's ear when he was
all glory is fleeting.
All glory is fleeting. All glory is fleeting. And the Romans back in the day, you couldn't bring an army crossing the Rubicon, right? You couldn't cross the Rubicon. And that became a phrase. I don't think people know what it really means. Once Caesar crossed the Rubicon, he was an enemy of the Senate. All right? He was a commanding general. He wasn't Caesar back then. His commanding general, he brought his armies past the Rubicon to enforce what he thought was a corrupt Senate to change the government, right? And crossing the Rubicon means he made the final step. It's a coup. He's an enemy of the state, right? So these officers, they're doing their crossing of the Rubicon. Once you open your mouth there, if you're forcing the hand of the regime, right? You're forcing their hand. They have to do something. If they don't do anything, it's like the president getting one of his vetoes overridden. He becomes impotent in his job. Someone else starts doing his job for him. So if you're not able to enforce discipline amongst the officers, and if an officer does something, one of the things one of the phrases I like is known or should have known. Right? If you're in a position of authority, if you're in a position of responsibility and authority, and you've been placed there, and you're well paid for it and well respected for it, you do not have the luxury of saying, well, I didn't know. Because you should have known. And by saying, I didn't know, you admit to fault and guilt. And we've seen it in a lot of our elected officials. They always like to have plausible deniability. Well, how was I supposed to know? I'm just the mayor of the city. Well, you're the mayor of the city, you're supposed to know. And if you don't know, you better find someone to fire for it, right? Because they didn't tell you. But nothing happened. They get, how would he know? So what do you think, Paul? You think known or should have known, it should.
Another one is we do a lot of passing the buck.
Yes.
And we don't figure out what's supposed to be done. We just delegate it. And that's bad unless you delegate it to someone who has the same ability or concept as you, and no one really ever knows that.
So, like in the military, there is a charge in the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's called incompetence. Can you be charged with that in civilian life? As a criminal act.
You could be charged with something with gross negligence, which would be similar to incompetence, but it'd have to be really gross.
Yeah. So you watch Law and Order, right? This is fun. You know, I can predict the outcome of like every episode of Law and Order just by if the guy takes the stand or not. It's like all the writers. If the guy takes the stand in his own defense, boop, guilty. If he doesn't take the stand, it's like, oh, he'll be innocent, or he'll be a hung jury, or some crap like that, right? Well, you see that, and they're always going after, you know, they got a murder, or someone dies, right? And they charge someone with murder, and then they're like, oh, well, the jury throws that out, right? Because, oh, how should he have known, or something? And so they go after someone, like, down the chain of events, and they go, well, it was that bus driver, he was doing 31 instead of 30, so, you know, we're going to get him for it for gross negligence, or, you know, it always got me, because I says, you never see that in courts. You never see it. You never see him go, you know, on that much of an edge. Yes, he should have known and everything, but in the military, you have that option. If you get promoted into a position, you don't have the option of saying, I wasn't trained properly, all right? I didn't know what I was doing. I was too dumb, all right? And you can't allow that, so you have the charge of incompetence. So now here's your choice. If you are promoted for reasons other than qualification, pure qualification, all right? You're qualified, you can do it. All right. If you are promoted above, and they say everyone rises to their level of incompetency, right? Well, you are promoted above that, and you fail. Should you be given the option to resign, or should you be prosecuted for incompetence under the UCMJ? That's a question there, and I think when they relieve them for cause, and to give them a little letter here. Hey, you should really retire. You got your 20 years in. You should really go by now. And I think that's one of the things they do hold out in front of them, because we can. I don't care what you said. You know, it falls under incompetence. Kind of a general statement, and we'll prosecute you, and then we'll dishonorably discharge you, or we'll take rank from you.
It gives them a ticket to go on and be an analyst at the cable stations that are not friendly to the government. Then,
yeah, that's like
it's like the you know, it's like a it's actually like a reference. It's a reference to certain you know, channels. Hey, we need this guy. He was let go from them. We got to have him.
Well, that's Jim Mattis. Jim Mattis,
right?
The big Marine guy, the big Marine 4-star. In fact, there's like a law in the books that said that you can't take any public appointed office within 2 years of your retirement from the military.
Right.
So you retire from the military, you can't be appointed into any civilian job, you know, because they didn't want people sucking up to congressmen and everything else like this and jockeying. But they made a big show for Mattis, and they waived that for him, and they brought him in. And I think they made the big show intentionally, right? Because I don't think he was in a very good part of Trump's original cabinet. All right, I think he butted heads a lot with him, and he replaced him shortly thereafter because of that. Right, and he goes to work for General Dynamics. Right?
It's a revolving door policy.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, if you can't steal enough when you're a general, right? Why do you need another job after you retire? I mean, it's like these guys, they just can't give it up, you know? They just can't go in the background, you know, like MacArthur. Well, MacArthur was what? He was really old. But what job did he have after he got relieved of his command? I think he just retired.
Didn't he go to Hawaii or something like that?
He could have, but he didn't. It's not like he got a job with Chrysler or Ford or some.
I've read some books, and I don't want to malign the guy because he did have some great service, but he one of the things he did when I think Truman got off a plane, he refused to salute him and he just shook hands with him, and that was one of the things. And then I think the other thing is, they asked him, I remember reading in a book somewhere, they asked him because at that time, Eisenhower was running for president, and they asked him about that, and he goes, he was the best clerk I ever had.
Yes.
He always did stuff like that. Like he felt he was above everybody else.
Yes, that's a key here. That's one of the points I want to make. These guys get their bottoms polished so much by other people's lips, right? That they think they're they think nothing's wrong with them, that everything they say is correct and right, and oh my God, why isn't he doing it the way I say and everything? But that's not their position. You want that position, run for president. And yeah, MacArthur had a chance to run against Truman for president. He could have been a political competitor with Truman. At the time, he wasn't. But I think the main concern was MacArthur really wanted to take the war home to China. He wanted to bomb across the Yellow River, or whatever river, the Yellow River. He wanted to bomb the Chinese logistical points. He wanted to bomb the bridges. He wanted to really nail it, but that's Chinese property, all right? And Truman was, no, we're not getting into a incident attacking the Chinese mainland, And there was a big disagreement, and they went to meet in I believe, one of the islands, could have been Hawaii, it may have been Guam, but it's one of the islands in the Pacific. And MacArthur did not want his plane to land before President Truman's. He wanted President Truman to greet him coming off the plane and not to greet President Truman coming off the plane. And there was a big thing there. And that was kind of like refusing to salute. As soon as you do that, dude, you're fired. Who's your aide? Yeah, you're in charge now. Find your own way home. Don't let that guy on a plane. But he was such a hero. I mean, he went in at Incheon and basically saved the South Korean and the American army that was there, and basically put the North Koreans and the Chinese on the run. All right, that was a big act. So he's a massive hero because this stuff is getting radioed back and everything. Television starts coming into play. People start seeing this, and he's like a massive hero. All right. So how do you deal with them politely where you're not having the whole public turn on you and your policies? You got to be really careful with these guys. Like I said, Schwarzkopf, big hero, didn't fire him directly, but offered him a demotion. People wouldn't see it that way. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't see it that way, right? You wouldn't see it as a demotion. It's the same pay grade, everything else, but it's not the amount of power and prestige that you're used to having, all right?
Turns out in the break, I checked, his father was a major general before him in World War II.
Yeah, and I worked for another general. I'm not going to mention his name. It was in Bosnia, and his father was a general, and this guy, although he had advisors in this field, he didn't listen to him. In fact, he kicked him off his staff, not off his staff, but out of his tactical operations center for the division. And so he didn't listen to this guy, and he didn't research it. And no one there, very specific mission, no one there knew what it was. But he did something in violation of U.S. policy. Well, it's actually in violation of U.S. law, but it ended up being policy. And they had to reverse they had to, what do you call it, backdate the approval. All right, so he did something without approval, without taking it to the higher ups. It was embarrassing, and they had to backdate the approval to not cause like serious legal complications for this guy. And he was a 2-star. That's a major general. And I always wonder why lieutenant general outranked a major general when a major outranks a lieutenant. And he's a lieutenant to a general. So he's a lieutenant, the right-hand man of the 4-star, right? So the 3-star's the right-hand man of the 4-star. So he's a lieutenant to that guy. And a major general is above a brigadier general. So brigadier general's like a junior, and then he's like the major, you know? So it started making sense to me. So he was retired at 1-star. Right?
Oh, wow.
Because
he lost the star?
He lost the star, man. But he fell on his feet. But that was kind of embarrassing because his father was a 3-star.
Wow.
You know? But when you get that, when you really have to, I've never been in that position where I've had that much power, control, and that many people underneath me just telling me what a great, fantastic person I was, how well I'm thinking, because they're looking for their own promotions. They're looking for their own officer evaluation reports. I've never been in that position, so I don't know how it affects your mindset. You know, when you violate some basic doctrine that you would imagine if the 2-star, right, and they have 2 1-stars working for them, a deputy commander operations and deputy commander logistics, operations and deputy commander support. So the division commander will have 2 1-stars working for him. Imagine if if the deputy commander of operations flat out refused to do something that was a legal order of the 2-star and went to the press about it.
Wow.
That 2-star would have him gone, right? What if a colonel did that? That's the end of the colonel's career. If a lieutenant did that, that's done. That guy's going to Leavenworth, all right? But they get there and they're like, well, not when I do it. I'm a general. I'm higher up. I know better. You know, and that's the arrogance. And how do you keep people how do you judge whether they're going to have that arrogance or not, that hubris? So, and here, really, and this is where it gets really confusing, right, to me. Do you want a general that's arrogant or a general that's way too humble when you go to war?
Well, Bradley was a humble general.
He was. He was a humble general. He was a humble general.
Patton was arrogant.
Patton was arrogant.
Right. And they were both considered to be the top, you know. So, I mean, you know, Patton's considered to be one of the best generals of all the nations.
Patton was lucky in that, not okay, smart guy and everything, but Bradley was on his staff. All right. And Patton's, again, problem was he had difficulties talking to the press. He had difficulties talking to the lower ranking troops. He thought he had the answer to everything. Okay, I got a guy with shell shock here. Oh, the doctors don't know how to fix it. I'll show you how to fix it. I'm a general. I could do it. The biggest mistake of his life, right? Biggest mistake of his life. And that caused, because he became a hot potato now, right? That caused them to put him to the side, you know, to sidebar him. He had to beg Bradley to get back into the war.
But putting him to the side actually was beneficial because they made him in charge of the paper army that the Germans were afraid of him. He was the general the Germans were afraid of, and he had them chasing their ghost for a while.
Yeah, that's true. So here's the thing. And who did that? That was Eisenhower.
Correct.
All right, so we'll be back in a few minutes after these wonderful announcements. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
People are giving them some latitude.
Houston told the Salem Radio Network this week that trade imbalance has allowed China to build its military up and seriously weaken the U.S. industrial base at the same time.
China's trade surplus, not only with us but with the rest of the world, is allowing them to fund their military and become a threat to all of us in the world, and a reset is necessary.
Voters in the oil-rich African nation of Gabon are casting ballots in a presidential election the country's military rulers hope will legitimize their grip on power. It's the first election since a military coup in 2023. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Justin Rose sitting pretty, but has some all-star company after 2 rounds at the Masters. Here's correspondent Gethin Coolbaugh.
Justin Rose is halfway to his first Masters title.
You know, sometimes you just got to knock on the door.
The 2-time runner-up at Augusta National maintained his lead on day 2 at 8 under, despite shooting a 1 under 71, 6 strokes worse than his opening 65.
There's a bit of a sense that the course is playing a little bit differently today. A bit windier for sure, out of a slightly different direction, so just trying to make some of those adjustments.
Bryson DeChambeau is in solo second at 7 under after his second round 68.
Today was a fantastic day of golf and some testing conditions.
Rory McIlroy fired a 66 and is tied with Corey Connors for third place at 6 under. Notable names to miss the cut include former Masters winners Dustin Johnson, Sergio Garcia, and Phil Mickelson. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
More from townhall.com.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Fixed Bayonets, brothers and sisters, we're back for the second hour of the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt. If you're here, you already know we're on 1410 AM, WRMN, the News Talk of the Town, right? 1410 in the Fox River Valley Media Network. And you might be expected to hear Jeff Michaels, but we're taking over for him. That guy put in a lot of work producing his show. Well, Matt does the productions here and everything, but he would pre-record the shows, and I would listen to him on the way back, so I'm going to kind of miss hearing Jeff Michaels on that, but I guess he got busier, and this does take some work and something, so, you know, he wanted to give it his all, and I guess he couldn't, so thank you for allowing me to fill in that hour when the White Sox are not playing, because I really enjoy this. You find a job you like, and you'll never work a day again. And so I want to give another shout out here, for the Dunkin' Donuts veterans. Every Tuesday, Niles, 7039 West Dempster, 9 o'clock to like 10:30. But if you get there at 8 o'clock, there'll be a ton of veterans there, and you could just have some donuts and coffee and talk. And also for the bingo over at on 4701 North Cumberland, they're having a bingo. I probably forgot to say that. I said it was supporting the Honor Flight program, but it's at 4701 North Cumberland at Goats Tavern. I don't know if Tavern, Bar, Pub, but Goats, all right, on 6 p.m. on Tuesday, the 29th of April. And then the funds are going, it's run by the Rotary Club, and the funds are going to go to support the Honor Flight because they don't want the veterans paying for anything, all right? And so another shout out here for my own Post 104 of the American Legion. We meet the first Monday of the month at 6 p.m. at they renamed it for us. So it's the American Legion Post 104 Schiller Park Community Center. We have a sign on the building, but we don't really own the building. The village lets us use it, and we try to take good care of it. So we're having a fundraiser tonight, and we're trying to do this every month. We're showing some old black and white public domain movies that you might not get to see in a regular movie theater. But we have a big projector screen that works and very good sound system This will be like the third time we've shown a movie there. It's Africa Screams. The doors are going to open at 5 o'clock. The movie's going to start at 6. All right, so we're going to have pizza there. You can purchase a slice of pizza and a drink to watch. We'll have tables set up so you're not balancing it in your lap. And you can watch the movie Africa Screams. It's Abbott and Costello. So that's 4501 on 25th. I could say North 25th, but 4501 25th in Schiller Park at the Community Center. Doors open at 5. It's at 6. It's $5 to get into the. When was the last time you spent $5 to see a movie? I mean, Paul, what do you think it is at the LaGrange now?
$20?
Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, well, geez, 30 years, 1999, like 25 years ago, I was taking my kids there and it was $3, you know? So I think it's got to be at least 6. So we're showing it cheaper than 6, you know, and I think they redid the LaGrange Theater too. Yeah, I used to have to, you know, my kids would want to go to see these movies. And I say, well, wait till it shows up at the LaGrange or the Brighton, or remember, what was one of my favorite ones? What was the one in Bridgeport? Not the Coral. The Coral was in Oak Lawn.
Oak Lawn, yeah.
Yeah, but the one in Bridgeport, it was a C name too.
Colony?
The Colony, yeah, the Colony in Bridgeport. They had cats walking up and down the aisles because of all the rat infestation in there. But I've been to the Brighton, to the Marquette, you know, to all those in back in the day. But now you just got the super theaters out there, and then you have a few like the Pickwick and the LaGrange still left. So we're trying to not bring back the movies, but we do it public domain because we don't want to bother with paying all that the rights, the royalty rights, and or stealing royalty rights. So we're not going to show movies that have royalty rights because we're not going to, quote, steal from those people. That's not what we are about as veterans. So public domain movies. Next month, I promised a rom-com. So we're going to watch Charade. So that's got...
Oh, that's a great film.
Yeah.
That's a great film.
It's in public domain.
Yeah, Cary Grant, Audrey Hepburn.
Great actors.
George Kennedy, and Walter Matthau.
Yeah, so that'll be... So bring your girlfriends. It's a rom-com. All right, so now... Okay, so last week, let's kick back to last week now. We were talking about, I was talking about how they had the communication snafu with the signal thing, all right? And now I just read in the news that Hegseth is going into the Department of Defense, and he is creaming these IT guys and these IT contractors and everything. And it's just about what I said. Hey, what have you done for us? How come all of our people are using this stuff? Because your stuff is so ratty and not supported and, you know, not user-friendly. Well, we don't need you anymore. So he's killing, you know, billions of dollars worth of these contracts because why should we use them if they're not user-friendly and people can't use them, you know? So, like I said, the guy that from I guess the last member of the Fourth Estate was from was it the Atlantic or? Yeah, I don't pay attention to those, but he thought he was doing like a real disservice. But honest to God, this stuff needed to come to the light and needed to get fixed because it wasn't just Hegseth; it was everyone before him also. All right, I wanted to get that out there. So, what's the other thing? One of my favorite guys out there on the internet, he does a lot of Facebook. He has his own webpage. Have you ever seen him, Paul? Mandatory Fun Day?
No.
Okay, look him up, mandatoryfunday.com. He's an Army Maverick officer, all right? And that means he was a staff sergeant in military intelligence. Guy saw a staff sergeant picture. So military intelligence, shout out here from a former, you know, enlisted MI guy. But he became a line officer. So he went to OCS, Officer Candidate School. And he's like, I think he's a first lieutenant now. So he'll come up to captain. He's a career Army guy. But puts out some very comical, you know, he's stand-up comedy, some very comical short videos of himself versus himself, called Mandatory Fun Day, that kind of tries to explain to people, civilians, what it's like in the military, especially the Army, because that's where his thing was. And he was mentioning now that the Army is eliminating, for a while, you couldn't join the military if you had certain conditions, like that were treated conditions, all right? So if you're taking drugs for ADHD, some other anxiety disorders and stuff, that was an automatic disqualification. So when I was on the Army staff and they're doing big data, and again, I was a tactical guy, down in the dirt for most of my career. Well, 30 years in my career was absolutely down in the dirt. And they're talking about all the data, taking all the military data and trying to get it into one database and having control for that, and the complications that were coming out of that. And one of the things I referred them to was there's a lot of legacy people joining the military. Like you said, MacArthur's father, Schwarzkopf's father, this other general that I don't want to mention, his father, right? My dad wasn't career military, but he was in the military, big influence on my life to join. But you have these kids that are military they call them military brats, they travel and they're in the military, they get a lot of experience about how the military works. Lately, it is fashionable to some to chemically babysit your children. And so they'll take their kids and they'll get them diagnosed, right or wrong. I'm not saying that it's all false, right? There are some kids that need it. They get them diagnosed for medication for ADHD or for whatever disorders they have. Well, when you're just a plain civilian kid and your mom takes you down to the clinic or to the hospital or anything, your medical records they're private, all right? They're privileged. So anything you had, your family has, up until you're like 18, right? The juvenile stuff, it's all privileged information. It's covered by HIPAA, and you don't have to give it up, right? So the recruiters, I'm not saying they all do. I'm not saying they all do, right? Great recruiters, other recruiters, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing either. I'm not saying right or wrong on this one, but they tell the kids, just leave that stuff out of there. When they ask you that question, just don't fill it out. Don't answer it, all right? And so, they go in, they don't get blood tested. They get the blood test, it doesn't come up because they haven't taken it because the recruiters told them, don't take that stuff when you take, so they can't tell with the blood test, as if they even check for that. Mostly they're checking for things like, oh, got a caller? Let me finish my point of thought right here. And so now these regular kids, who's might be the first time in 10 generations that anyone's joined the military, they get right in. But the military kids, that stuff is covered under TRICARE. So that's a government insurance program, and that's all in the databases. So the surgeon general that does the final approval of whether these kids can join the military or not, pulls that right up in the database and goes, nope, disqualified. So you got these legacies that don't get in. Sometimes legacies can be the best leaders. They have the easiest time, and they won't get in. They're disqualified from joining the service because it's on record that they took that stuff, that the Army has that access to. And the look on these are IT people, these are database people, and doctors in this thing. The look on their faces when I brought that up and told them was like, well, we never heard of this, and we couldn't figure, did that happen? I said, why couldn't you? All right, so we got a caller.
Welcome to the show.
Who we got out there?
It's Cleveland Dennis.
Hey, Cleveland Dennis.
Hey.
Hey, Dennis.
I'm just.
Hi, Brendan. You what? There's another guy out there, Brendan. He's hitting us up in the chat. So, all right.
Well, he doesn't have a lot to say. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm calling you and I'm telling you what I'm thinking. You guys offer a very educational, at least in my view, show. I know tidbits and a lot about this from what my dad told me. He was in World War II. He got bombed out of a vessel in the South Sea. Never talked about it much. He told me, I'll get a little bit of history here, and then I'll get on to the subject of Ben-Hur. But he told me when I went down from my physical to being drafted in the Vietnam War era, like 1968 or 69, he goes, I don't want you going. You know?
Cleveland,
my brother,
you're not the only, you don't have the only father. My father was against me joining too.
Okay, and this is what I want to say. To this day, my used-to-be and her 3 brothers, their dad told them, no, don't go. And one of them was already in, and then he went AWOL. But I'm saying this. I think your show is fantastic. I'm a listener every week as best I can. Sometimes you're on the YouTube or you're on my TuneIn or on my terrestrial radio. But I just want to say this when you were talking about Caesar and all that. I don't know, is this related to Ben-Hur? There was nobody in that chariot when Charlton...
no, it's not related to that. It's just that,
okay.
Yeah, Caesar didn't want to be as arrogant as he could be, you know, and he wanted someone to put him in his place. You know, like on Ash Wednesday, remember, you are dust, and to dust you shall return, right? So, you know, the arrogance is like, what all glory is fleeting. You know, like we used to say, this is a great. Okay, so I can't use the S word, right? I'll just say. Okay, so we used to say the military would be the perfect place to work if you could cash in 10 attaboys for one old crap. You know, so it's like, oh, I had an old crap, I messed up. Well, here's my last 10 attaboys. Okay, so that wipes it all out, you know, because you can work, all right, you can do everything great, but it only takes that one thing. And maybe this colonel over there, Colonel Susanna Myers over there in Greenland, maybe up until now, she's done everything fantastically great. That, you know, everything has been great. Like I said with Schwarzkopf, everything great. The guy's up at 4 stars, and it took one sentence to just destroy him, right? So she sends out an entire email to everybody. You know, this is like intent, all right?
Right.
So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the guy riding behind Caesar in the chariot. So this is Caesar in the chariot going down. I don't know. I haven't been to Rome, but he's going down the street. He's in Rome. You're not supposed to have your military units in Rome, but he crossed the Rubicon, so he had his whole army with him. You know.
Got it. And here's what I got to say as a logistics man. I learned this a long time ago. The width of those chariot wheels are the same width of the railroad that we use to this day.
Except for the Russians.
Except for the Russians. Man, you're good. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Yeah, I was going to state that next, but this is where my fascination for listening to your show, and you're, I'm not going to call him an accomplice there, but you guys are, I don't know how you got connected to WRMN and how you got to me, but I'm listening every week. I think it's a great show. I think it's great information, and you guys bring a sense of reality to a lot of stuff that the public has no knowledge about.
Okay, we're going to get back to the show, Dennis.
Thank you. Hey, I want to mention about the ladder, too.
Okay, what was the ladder? What was significance of the ladder?
The ladder was a homemade ladder, and that was the evidence during the trial of the accused killer of the Lindbergh baby.
Yeah, Hauptmann.
Hauptmann, all right.
Hauptmann, Haupta. Okay, gotcha. All right. No, I'm listening. I love it. Thank you.
Okay, so here again, the one thing with the show is, you know, I had the privilege, and I think that honestly, right, it was a privilege for me to join the military and for me to serve. It was hard in some ways, but when I hang out with these veteran groups, which I tell them all to call in, but you could beat them all day, but you only get tired. All right, and the veteran groups, it was a privilege. It's a privilege being with them. All right, being in these veteran groups, there's a cross section of people and everything, but kind of feel comfortable with them. Privileged to serve and all that, and when you start thinking of it as anything other than a privilege, all right, and that it's a chore and you're doing it because you're so much better than everyone else and you're so much hardworking and everything, and I'm suffering so much. That's not the right way. You're not going to be good for the country. And to come full circle on this, some of these officers are like, look at what I've done for the country. Look at everything that I've done, everything that I've suffered through, everything that I put through. And now I got this guy up here that I don't agree with. So I'm going to let him know because he was never in. So he never put up as much as I did. I'm like, whoa. And that's what I see with these senior officers. And when they take a spill because of something like that, I don't shed one tear. But the fourth estate out there will look at you and tell you that this person is such a great they gave so much for the country. How dare he fire her? Because she didn't do her job, which was keep her mouth shut about policy.
You got me on here still? The fourth estate.
I guess you're still out there. Hey, Dennis.
Yeah, the fourth estate traditionally refers to the press, news media, and their role as a watchdog. But do we even have a media anymore? Please.
Well,
do we not?
We have a media.
Or do we?
We have a media.
No.
It's that you have to. The media. Yeah. The great thing about the new media is the internet. The new media. The television.
It's the
Citizen journalist. All right. Everyone out there has a camera. Everyone out there has a voice. All right. Everyone can get out there and YouTube and everything. So if Dennis is still on. So
I know, and I'm saying it.
If you still, if you look out there, you can find this stuff. Before, people would have to go to the library and check all this stuff out or check the newspapers, and they would only have what the newspapers said. And like they said in one of my favorite movies, Gettysburg, just fantastic movie, right? And what they said is you can fill volumes with what you don't read in the newspapers, all right?
True.
So here's how the press controls it. What they don't release, you can fill volumes with. And how they say things, even their tone of voice, right? Even their tone of voice. And I'll tell you a little interrogation trick I used to use in the police department, so it's not really classified.
Yeah.
I would read someone their rights, right? And if I wanted them to evoke their right to remain silent, it would be my inflection of my voice. I says, you do have the right to remain silent, and you do have the right to an attorney. And then but you could talk to me if you want. It's inflection. And if I wanted them to talk, I would be like, you have the right to remain silent. And if you want to talk to me, you can. It's a matter of inflection and controlling just by the inflection of your voice the way someone hears something. And I picked this out because interrogation was my expertise in the military. Expertise as a detective, but also I did many years with psychological operations, which is totally misunderstood by the people out there as far as tactical psychological operations goes. The way you say things, the key words that you use can make the truth sound like a lie and make a lie sound like the truth. So
the great English language, yeah.
It's the manipulation of it. If you had a guy with a monotone voice that just read out the news release without wordsmithing it, on this day, so many people were shot. There was an accident at this corner, blah, 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 and that's information, but when you say, oh, there was another accident at the corner. Well, maybe there was an accident 10, 15 years ago, but when you say there's another one in that tone of voice, right, you're making it sound that that's a very dangerous corner, like there's always accidents there.
Well, the monotone voice comes from the Communist Party.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I used to talk to them and I'd read them their rights, and and they said, "Well, I don't know, should I talk to you?" I said, "I don't care if you talk to me or not, but I said I guarantee you one thing: when you do get a lawyer, he's going to tell you not to talk. Well, nobody's going to know why you did what you did. So if you want to talk, now's your chance." And I never really had a problem with him.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back for the last quarter of the 2-hour show.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Moose Heart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join. The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Moose Heart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered if you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. Use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Fixed Bayonets, brothers and sisters. Paul, we're still on, just no video. There. Oh, there you are. I'm not. No, you're there, but I'm not.
Hi.
All right. So,
okay, you got a test pen.
Yeah, I saw it. We got Dennis Green, Mr. Sonar himself, here with us, and he's fixing up some of the equipment, making it more beautiful. So I was going to show the books, but I can't show the books. I'm a test pattern. I'll get to that later. All right, so
are they your books?
Yeah, two of my books. Yeah.
Which two?
I got Rumble and Under Platoon.
Okay.
Because we're talking about military stuff, so I thought I'd bring two of the military books in. And like Dennis Green, not Dennis Green, but Dennis Cleveland Dennis out there. He we're talking about the Fourth Estate and how everyone has a voice. Well, surprisingly now, even in the written word, everyone has a voice because of Amazon. And I think there's other independent self-publishers out there, but the one that I've used, because once I learn how to do something, it's very difficult to retrain me. I keep doing it the same. So I had found I wanted to write a book. And I did some research, and Amazon self-publishing was out there. So I started free writing some stuff, and then I went to the Amazon, the KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing, KDP, which is part of the Amazon conglomerate of, corporations. And they had a simple enough explanation on how to do everything. And it didn't cost me 1 cent. Not one penny, other than my initial investment and, of course, internet access and my internet access and the computer that I had. So I didn't even need to buy a word processor because you could go to Google, right, to Google, download Google Chrome. You could get yourself a Google account and you could use Google Docs. There we go. That's the anthology of my earlier works. So that's
an excellent book, by the way.
Yeah,
an excellent book.
If you hit someone with that, it'll hurt. And I had to knock that down to 11.5. Paul froze up there. 11.5 font to get it all into 711 pages, which is the maximum that I could do on KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing. So it didn't cost me a dime. Once I got the stuff all formatted and uploaded, Amazon prints on demand. So you don't have to order 5,000 copies. You don't have to order 10,000 copies and then try to resell them, which is what a regular publisher would do. They would burn off maybe 10,000 copies, and they have the connections to take you to the stores and everything. But Amazon's the world's largest bookseller. So you put it out there. If people want to buy one of my books, there's Under Platoon. It's right up there on Amazon. 99 cents on Kindle. They got it on Kindle Unlimited. It's free. So the paperback's only $9.99. all right, $10, and the hardcover is probably around $15. So I try to keep the books low priced. I'm not making a lot of royalties on these. All right, they do take a chunk of the money, the Amazon does, because they have to make their money back. So there's a printing fee, and they take part of the royalties because they have to make a profit. But you have some. I could sell this for up to like a couple $100 per book. That's teachers will do that with textbooks. All right, but I'm making maybe 30 cents to $1 per book. It's not to make a lot of money. I just want to have my voice heard, and I think I got creative stories to tell. A little bit of legacy to leave, because Paul, as you advised, which was a great advice, I would get Library of Congress numbers, and my books are all in the Library of Congress. So if you get out to D.C., go to Library of Congress and check them out and read them. All right. So that is what we call the citizen reporter, the citizen journalist. All right, this is maybe there's a little commentary on things that I hear about, but I'm not writing like stories of dog bites man or man bites dog, or the post office didn't deliver something. These are novels. They're fictitious. They're plausible, but they're fiction.
Minuteman journalist, Mike.
Minuteman journalist.
Like the Minuteman journalist.
So if you're going to do, if you're out there, it's harder to find somewhere where you're not being observed. And so if you're going to commit a crime, you've got better commit it where no one cares, or where you're not being observed and everything, because it's all out there. So we're almost like kind of a little bit of self-policing. And in order to compete with your average Minuteman journalist out there, all right, that's where they come into wordsmithing. Even myself, a high school graduate and a college graduate, and someone that's been through language school for 2 separate languages, and constantly writing reports in the police department and in the military, I still have I have trouble with the right words or whatever. I don't have a very large vocabulary, but I know how to look it up. You have professionals out there in the press that fearmonger, because fear is a very good motivator. It's an excellent motivator. It's better than money. All right. When it comes down to it, the last, people offer up any amount of money that they have to keep from being tortured, hurt, killed, whatever, So fear, and that's what the press uses on people, a fear that, oh my God, look at the stock market's dropping. Yeah, that's what it does. It goes up and down. That's the stock market. If it constantly went up, then you invest in how does anything work if this is constantly going up? You're going to have winners and losers. Are we always going to have constant winners? Maybe not. But they want to make it look like something terrible is going to happen. Okay, let's clock back 25 and a half years. What was the big problem?
Global cooling?
Well, no, Y2K.
Oh,
the world's going to end because the computers can only understand 1999. When it goes to 2000, we're all doomed. Every database is going to crash. And people were like panicked and everything. People were staying up to midnight just to make sure this didn't crash and everything. It was a big nothing burger. That's an army term too. Nothing burger. My favorite nothing burger is anything Geraldo Rivera does. He's good for spinning stuff up and everything. The
Al Capone's safe.
Al Capone's vault, yeah. The southeast side, some building that was supposedly owned by Al Capone, and there's this bricked off room there.
Lexington Hotel, yes.
Yeah, no one's ever seen. And, he spun it all up, and there was a couple empty beer bottles. Yay.
I think they're worth some good money, though.
Could be. If you auctioned it off to the right person. Look, this was pulled out of Al Capone's vault. Take it to the shout out to Pawn Stars, of which one of our Post members for Post 104 American Legion has been on that show 5 times. He's a collector. He collects some stuff, and he goes out to Vegas, and he offers it to them. They make him counter offer. So, but yeah, if you play that up, that's the thing. But it's playing everything up to get a reaction for fear. I don't think the press is okay. Thinking of it psychologically, if you were out there as the press and you said, "Oh, everything's going to be all right," don't worry about it. This happens every year, like with the flu. It happens every year. Some people are weak. Some people aren't prone to surviving on this. That there might be deaths, but 99.9999%, you're probably going to survive it, right? And then 99% only survive, and then the press looks, oh, well, you told us everything was going to be all right. But does anyone ever go after them when they tell them everything's going to be terrible and the world's going to be terrible and you're going to be eating cheap, not the good cat food. You're going to be eating cheap cat food the rest of your life because the stock market's crashing. And when that's totally wrong, does anyone hold them accountable?
No.
When people sold at a loss and lost a bunch of money because they heard stuff in the press and everything, that's gambling, right?
Correct.
Did they hold them accountable? Did they go to court to sue them for, that's, no. You see, that's where they take no risk.
Only when they malign an individual can you really go after them, and you have to be a person that's not in the public eye. Yes, like our little guy up in Kenosha. Right. And who else? Oh, the smiling guy, the smiling Catholic, the Catholic group. Yeah, at the parade or whatever, where he was like abused. Yeah. Yeah. And you lose the billions of dollars you got to pay off. I would like to be in the boardroom to see the board of directors going, whose life are we going to ruin because of this? Did you see him firing the writers on this or anything? Or saying, we got sued, now we're going to sue you to recover that money. Even though you're our employee. So this is it. If you have something that makes you afraid, right? If you hear stuff in the press that makes you afraid, I'm not going to say it's wrong or anything, but call in with your concerns. We'll address it. I'll look it up during the week, and I'll be able to say, well, you should be afraid or you shouldn't be afraid. But by all means, use what's out there available to you. The internet, the citizen, the militiaman journalist. All the guys out there and everything. Let me see. Anyways, all right, so I got to publishing here. The other thing, once you publish it, if you don't pay anyone to proofread it, like a professional proofreader, and you don't have anyone in your family that will proofread it for you, then you might find some fat fingers when you get it in print. That's okay. You could go back, fix those fat fingers, and re-upload your manuscript. And the next book they print out it'll have the new manuscript in it. So you would have fixed those fat fingers. I'm still in the process of doing that. All right. So that's how I address some of my issues with the military. All right. I didn't come out there with I'm trying to think back because this makes you self-reflection, right? There was one time where, as a CW5, I've got the brigade commander and the MERC commander, Military Intelligence Readiness Command, commanding general. And she's a functional area commander. She's not a combatant commander, all right? Functional area. We're a, quote, combatant brigade, although support because we're intelligence brigade. And the colonel was training for one mission. She wanted to push all the training for one mission that we didn't have. It wasn't our mission. And I was aware of this because of my previous tour with the previous tour at the Army staff.
and I knew how things worked. One of the best courses I took, education can help alleviate fear on stuff. Education and experience will help alleviate fear. You just become either you become used to it, or you learn that it's not really something to be afraid of. So I learned I knew what our real mission was, and I knew what it would take to change that mission, and I knew that another unit already had the mission that this colonel wanted, but she was training for the mission that she wanted rather than the one that she had. And I brought it up to the general, but this was within the brigade, right? Within a brigade thing, and just the brigade staff, not everyone. So the general, the staff, the colonel's there, and I'm there, and I says, hey, General, where are we on the list to go there? And she says, you're not. I go, well, then we ain't going. I said, we should be training for where we might go instead of for where she wants us to go. I think that's what ended my career at the brigade. But she should have known that. She should have absolutely known that. I knew it. I'm just a Warrant Officer 5. She's a colonel. And that's where I get to known or should have known. In that position, when she took brigade command, she should have known where her brigade was on the mission lists. All right? She should have known what it took to change that. She should have known all that, and she wasted tax dollars training for a mission we didn't have. And it could have put people at great risk. Was there any kickback on that? I hope so. I didn't follow her career. I hope she didn't make general. But there's, in her field, military intelligence, in the Army Reserve, there's only one way you make general, and that's commander of the Merc, and I don't think she was getting it. And so, Paul, anything about the fear factors?
Well, I always, you plan for the worst. And if you're prepared for the worst, then what comes that's not the worst is all good, because you've already prepared for what the worst thing could be. And then, it could actually not be bad at all. And then you could just move on, move through it with experience, competence, and knowledge. And then that's, I always would be ready for 3 things that were coming that could have been the worst. And if none of them came, then you were in a good position there.
I had that's all true. That's really good advice and everything, but I tend to overthink things, really overthink them, like unbelievably overthink them. And I'm always looking at what's the worst that could happen. I'm having nightmares about it sometimes. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Because I've seen the worst happen. It's not good. I don't want that to happen to me. Yet, I have the training, the education, and the experience to kind of tell me that that's not going to happen. That's not the way my brain works. It's called anxiety. There are functional levels of anxiety, and there are dysfunctional levels of anxiety. I feel I'm on the edge. I'm barely functional with my levels of anxiety. So people that go get, and okay, another shout out here, for any veterans. All right, so you'll hear on some radio channels and everything, and maybe see it on TV, the Road Home program from Rush Hospital. All right. It deals with PTSD issues and everything, and it's free to veterans, or they don't charge. They're funded by nice people that donate the money and everything. So if you're having issues and you're not with the VA or you're not registered with the VA, you could always call into this Rush Road Home program. Yeah, there we go. And I heard that they might be expanding out to help first responders also. But it also helps with your family. So if your family's having trouble and everything, they do it outpatient. They'll do it through Zoom, so you don't got to go all the way down there. And I understand some people really have anxiety about leaving their house and everything. So if you have access, almost everyone, almost all the cell phones, I'm not saying all of them, Almost, all right? Always the caveat. If ever I say everything or all right, that's not true. And everyone will jump on me, but what about this? Yes, the 1 in a million chance. You're right. It's not all because there's 1 in a million. So almost everyone has a cell phone around that's capable. If they don't even have service, you're still capable of hooking into some Wi-Fi to do things through Zoom. All right. And what I'm saying is, if you are somewhat like me and have anxiety issues that are troubling you and you're a veteran or a family member of a veteran, then this is a good program to check into. If you like veterans and you have deep pockets and you want to donate to something that's worthy, that's very worthy, then I suggest you donate to them. There are some veterans organizations out there or claiming to be helping veterans that when you check that, Paul, you were in
Charitable Trust. Yeah.
Charitable Trust and Fraud, right? So what's the minimum that you have to donate, that you have to use out of every dollar you get as a donation?
Well, there's no minimum, but if you hire a professional fundraiser or you don't use like a certain amount for your program services, you have to have an audit and it has to be looked into. And you'd be surprised. A lot of those professional fundraisers take 75, 80, 90%. And the charity, they're just happy to get money. That, you know, if the guy makes $10, they might only get 1 or 2. So you always want to, the best thing is to give directly to the charity itself and check the charity out with both the federal government, make sure that it's an exempt organization, and check it out with your state attorney general.
Yeah, they're not. 501c3 isn't the only exempt organization. They got like the Legion,
C5, C6s, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's C19 for the Legion and the VFW and organizations like that. So yeah, you know, not every dollar. If you got to be careful. Some of these, like you see it, where the CEOs of these supposedly charitable organizations are making almost $1 million a year.
More some.
And you're like, well, why? You know, is their organization making so much money, right, that if they left that position, that would suddenly stop? That the only reason they're making that is because they're paying this guy? I just think that it's kind of manipulative on that.
Right.
But the Rush Road Home program is awesome and gets 2 thumbs up from me. All right. The other thing that happened. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close to the end here. Yeah, 3 minutes. So, Paul, you know what?
Yeah.
Next week, I was thinking we should talk about significant dates and why dates have significance.
That'd be good.
Yeah. So, like you said, April 19th. Right, is the start
of the Revolutionary War. That's exactly Lexington. Why we're here. That's why we're a free country right now.
And then isn't that the same date that they fired on Fort Sumter?
It might be. I have to look that one up.
Dates like that have significance.
Yeah. Yep.
So you got to look at that date, those dates. Now, the day after is Easter, but it's also a significant date for people. Take it. It's just one of the 365 days of the year, but it's the birthday of a certain person.
And there's a date that certain things happened at different times based on that date too.
Yeah, and they're always worried. Oh, this is going to be the next big domestic terrorist attack on this day because of this and everything. It's possible to look into it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, but so yeah, and you know, more so like repeating dates. Like this happened on this date, and then later on this happened, and we think that has a connection. Like I said, Lexington and Fort Sumter, I could make the connection there. You know. Even though, you know, one was a state seceding. We were much like a part of that. All right, so see you guys next week. I haven't checked the White Sox schedule, but if they start at 1, it's going to be like the short show, and then we'll still be on YouTube live. I will download the show and re-upload it, and it will be out there on the YouTube live channel for WRMN and cgr.silent.net is our webpage, and Chief Guard of the Republic on YouTube. So like us, friend us, follow us, hit those subscribe buttons and everything on YouTube, and we'll see you guys next week. We'll hear from you and talk to you next week. Thank you, Paul.
Bye-bye.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high